Chapter the moment these words came out, everyone could not help trembling all over. The moment these words came out, everyone could not help trembling all over. Their ancestor was the senior apprentice brother of this bloodkin. In front of him, sect master gave a cold laugh and said, "What kind of existence was that person? How can he possibly take you, a bloodkin, in as a disciple? Do you think that you can smoke your way through like this?" Actually, the sect master already believed it 40% to 50%. Others did not know, but he knew that this place was where the barrier of heavens was at. This person crossed worlds and even carried the tobacco pouch in his hand. This already indicated a problem. It was just that the only confusing aspect was the blood race aura on Yi Yuan's body. Over 70,000 years ago, my master crossed worlds and came. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, repeating the events that Cloudmouth told him about. The expression on the sect master's face became fascinating. This secret, Ancestor would only tell it to the sect master. And what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off. Although it was only a short 5 days, it was Ancestor Hang Yang's astonishing fortuitous encounter. It was also precisely these 5 days that opened up Ancestor Hang Yang's path of cultivation, letting him reach Emperor Sakura Heaven later on. It also let the Sublime Pill sect, this measly little sect, rise like a comet. Sect master's heart shook wildly, but the doubt in his eyes grew stronger, and he said, "That Lord was born in the human race. Why would he take you in as a disciple? Moreover, you're just a measly little lower true sovereign heaven. I'm not of the blood race. As for this bloody aura," Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the background of the bloody aura. It was just that when these disciples heard it, they all felt like Yi Yuan was boasting. Ho-hoo, who doesn't know how to brag? I can even say that I've killed a hegemon before. Blood race's blood, divine son. You might as well as that your Lord Wangzhua. Wouldn't that be better? You even transformed into a bloodkin and ran to the blood race to become their blood divine son. Ho-hoo, is the blood race so easy to pass off? Do you think that their hegemon realms are all idiots? I say, if you're passing off as a human, can't you find a better reason? Are you treating us as idiots? Didn't you say that you swept across the blood race? Then us, these people, you could find it a cinch, right? Come on, try sweeping us away. Not seeing it with their own eyes, Yi Yuan's experiences were indeed too fantastical. When others heard it, it naturally became boasting. But sect master's eyes flickered indeterminately, and he actually believed him a little more. He knew what a terrifying existence that person was. The more terrifying Ancestor's strength became, the more he could feel the unfathomability of that person. Maybe only such an incredible genius was worthy of being his disciple, right? One shouldn't look at how Ancestor Hang Yang professed to be a disciple. That was actually just gilding gold onto his own face. That person completely looked down on Ancestor Hang Yang. Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, as long as the sect master doesn't make a move, it doesn't matter if tenfold more comes." Everyone was taken aback. This guy really dared to go along with it. Sublime Pill sect's disciples completely exploded, requesting to battle one after another. One had to know that there were still 3 half-step emperor realms among the true sovereign heavens here. There were as many as 7 grand completion true sovereign heavens here. As for those below true sovereign heaven, there were dozens of them. Sect Master was also somewhat moved and said, "Fine, I won't make a move." Hence, Sublime Pill sect's disciples each rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, wanting to eliminate Yi Yuan. Since they were taking action, then life and death need not be discussed. An hour later, the world was silent. Apart from the 3 half-step emperor realms, the rest had all collapsed. This was still Yi Yuan pulling his punches. Otherwise, those people would virtually have died out. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Below grand completion, one punch each. Grand completion realm took a bit of effort. Half-step emperor realm. By relying on the wandering the divine space, the other party could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. At present, Yi Yuan's bloodline power had already reached peak battle soul level after experiencing several baptisms. Jumping realms and battling within true sovereign heaven was not much different from eating and drinking. This time, they somewhat believed it. It was because when Yi Yuan was fighting with them, he clearly still had strength to spare. It was not impossible to sweep across the blood race. When the sect master saw Yi Yuan's strength, monstrous waves were set off in his heart. Only this kind of genius had the qualifications to acknowledge that person as master. Yi Yuan took out a heavenly pill and said to the sect master, "This is the blood imitation pill. After consuming it, one will be able to simulate the aura of a bloodkin." At this time, the sect master already believed 70%. He found a true sovereign heaven who consumed the blood imitation pill. Sure enough, that disciple's aura became exactly alike that of a bloodkin. With this, everyone was convinced there was really such a miraculous heavenly pill. At this point, the sect master drew a deep breath, prostrated on the ground, and said, "Disciple Wang Jun pays respect to Ancestor. What are you all still in a daze for? You all pay homage to Ancestor every day. Now that you're seeing his disciple, why haven't you prostrated?" The other disciples exchanged glances. In the end, they still went on their knees, paying respects to Ancestor. Although he foresaw it long ago, Yi Yuan was still somewhat doubtful as he said, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a spy of the blood race?" Wang Jun shook his head and said, "During these few thousands of years, our sublime pill sect's powerhouses have dwindled repeatedly. From Ancestor Hang Yang to Emperor Vast Heaven, then to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to me, this incompetent disciple. The sect master has changed 3 times. But Ancestor Hang Yang has passed down. If we see the treasured glass tobacco pouch one day, we'll have to treat them with the manners of treating our forefather. For our sublime pill sect to be able to have today, it was all thanks to Patriarch. Since Patriarch acknowledged Ancestor, then we'll naturally treat you in accordance with the manners of treating our forefathers." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "It has also been hard on Hang Yang, this senior brother of mine. You all probably don't know our master's name yet, right?" Wang Jun said excitedly, "Ancestor, please inform us." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You all remember, our master is Cloudmount, Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's extreme medicine sect's ancestor." Wang Jun's entire body trembled, and he said with amazement, It's actually Ancestor Cloudmount." Cloudmount's reputation was extremely resounding. Wang Jun had naturally heard of it before, too. It was just that he did not think that his own ancestor actually had such a great background. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You all didn't go and cultivate, but came here en masse to pay homage to Master. What is it for?" He had always been very curious. Even if Hang Yang respected and honored his teacher, it was also not to such an extent of making the sect's disciples pay homage every day, right? Could it be that these guys all did not need to cultivate? Wang Jun smiled bitterly and said, "Getting pointers from Patriarch. My sublime pill sect soared to the heaven in one bound, and also became a top sect of soul awakening continent. The disciples under our sect nearing 10,000, powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It's just a pity that several thousand years ago, the blood race came to invade. My sublime pill sect's powerhouses dwindled to 0. Now, there's only me, one emperor realm, remaining." Speaking up to here, Wang Jun could not help quietly shed tears. Over the years, too many people died. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. Was this nihility exceeding balance heaven actually exactly like grand bright jade complete heaven too? But very soon, he realized that he was wrong. In this nihility exceeding balance heaven, the soul race was the well-deserved overlord. Even the human race, which spanned across all the heavens, were unable to contend with them too. There were how many races that could contend with the blood race? However, this soul race was precisely one of them. It was just that when immortals fight, the little demons suffer. At present, the soul race and blood race were at war, but there were not many real fights. Both sides were driving out the humans, attacking each other. Actually, the ones who died the most were the humans instead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter This nihility exceeding balance heaven situation was somewhat different from grand bright jade, complete heaven. This nihility exceeding balance heaven situation was somewhat different from grand bright jade, complete heaven. There were only 2 continents here, but no matter which continent, the soul race was the well-deserved overlord. The soul race had many hegemons who kept suppressing the blood race. Looking across the 33 heavens, the human race's hegemon realms were the most. But here, the human race was weak. Therefore, in each great battle, these 2 major races would drive the human race out to be the vanguard, attacking each other. The humans were the biggest cannon fodders. Sublime Pill sect was originally an Emperor Sakra heaven level major sect. Although they could not enter the sights of a hegemon level sect, it was quite powerful too. But these few thousand years, they suffered the conscription of the soul race repeatedly. Large batches of powerhouses died at the front lines. Presently, there was only Wang Jun, being the only powerhouse left. They were paying homage to Cloudmount here, just praying that the soul race could completely forget about them and stop drafting them. If there was another draft, the Sublime Pill sect would probably be in danger of being annihilated. Talking up until this point, Wang Jun, this Emperor Realm powerhouse, was also filled with tears. When Yi Yuan heard it, he also sighed endlessly concerning the blood race running rampant. It really angered both heaven and men, plunging the people into misery and suffering. After another few rounds of small talk, Yi Yuan understood a little about the war between the blood and soul races. Then he chased the Sublime Pill sect's people out and started his own closed seclusion. Before entering closed seclusion, Yi Yuan made a long list and handed it to Wang Jun, having him collect the heavenly medicines on the list. A large number of grade 5, and even some grade 6 heavenly medicines were listed on the list. Some heavenly medicines were even very precious. Fortunately, the Sublime Pill sect had tens of thousands of years of foundation too. They could still gather some grade 6 heavenly medicines. Done with these, Yi Yuan started his closed seclusion. The urgent matter on hand was to resolve the problem of the bloody aura on his body. The blood and soul 2 races were diametrically opposed. If Yi Yuan went to the soul race like this, he would probably be one-shot before meeting anyone. The soul race was a must-go destination. Yi Yuan's biggest goal this time was one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the Purple Ripple Umbrella. This Purple Ripple Umbrella was a chaos sacred treasure with boundless power. Yi Yuan's soul gathering technique must be coupled with the Purple Ripple Umbrella before it could help Mu Lingxue assemble her soul. It was just that chaos sacred treasures were supreme treasures when placed in any world. How could the soul race possibly lend it to Yi Yuan easily? Just like the Myriad Realms Mountain in Yi Yuan's hands, once it was leaked out, that would absolutely cause a sanguinary slaughter. The soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the Purple Ripple Umbrella, Soul Killing Bell, and the Forget-Me-Not Cauldron, Each one was a supreme soul artifact. The heavens and myriad worlds only had this one. Furthermore, looking at it presently, the soul race was far from friendly with humans. It would be very difficult to borrow it. However, Yi Yuan finally saw hope after walking all the way until today. Even if his bones were ground to dust, he had to successfully borrow the purple ripple umbrella too. Yi Yuan's mind was completely immersed in the Dao sword. The current Dao sword seemed to be stained by specks of bloodstains on it. These were precisely the materialization of the blood origin. Originally, he thought that once this origin of blood was merged together, it would corrode the Dao sword. After all, this wisp of blood origin originated from such a powerful chaos bloodstone. But looking at it now, the power of the Dao sword seemed to exceed his imagination. Not only did this wisp of blood origin not corrode the Dao sword, but it was also completely integrated into the Dao sword instead. Yi Yuan could mobilize the power of the blood origin at any time now. This was also to say that the current Yi Yuan was indeed no different from a bloodkin in the least bit. It was just that this power was too strong. Yi Yuan was currently unable to control it, so the blood aura on his body could not dissipate at all. As long as he completely controlled this origin of blood, Yi Yuan would be able to recover back to new. In other words, the current Yi Yuan was probably the one and only existence across the various heavens and myriad worlds to possess the power of origin at true sovereign heaven realm. As long as Yi Yuan controlled this power, his strength would soar again. The Dao sword was indeed a miraculous existence. Although it was condensed and formed by Yi Yuan using the power of great Dao, Yi Yuan discovered that he still knew too little about it. Even Mi Tian was extremely astonished by it too. There were many divergent cultivators, but someone like Yi Yuan, a divergent cultivator, who dared to point at heaven with their sword, was one of its kind. Maybe there were, but they were all dead. Not only did he survive, but he also became stronger and stronger instead. Time passed quietly. Yi Yuan was continuously familiarizing and controlling the power of the blood origin. But the sublime pill sect's dissatisfaction with Yi Yuan caused a great clamor. Sect master, based on what? This kid has an unknown background, yet he's riding on top of our heads to be an ancestor. This is nothing yet. The grade 6 heavenly medicines that barely remained in the sect have practically been all plundered away by him. You're at any rate an emperor realm powerhouse too. Could it be that you can stomach this grievance? Vice Sect Master Lu Yin said with an indignant face. Our sublime pill sect is already at the end of our rope to begin with. Now, we actually still have to support such an ancestor. Ho-hoo, we these people pay homage to our founder every day, hoping that his elderly self can show mercy and save us from extreme misery. Now, things are great. He sent an ancestor down, and we still have to provide for his needs. In the sublime pill sect's great hall, 3 great half-step emperor realms were extremely dissatisfied. When Yi Yuan went into a close seclusion, he demanded a large number of grade 6 heavenly medicines. These few years, the sublime pill sect had been declining with each passing day. The grade 6 heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan demanded, the sublime pill sect had most of it, but some of the heavenly medicines were very precious. With the sublime pill sect's current strength, they paid a huge price before acquiring them too. Grade 6 heavenly medicines were not expendable to the present sublime pill sect too. Yi Yuan's list heaped disaster after disaster on the sublime pill sect that was on the decline. However, Wang Jun still gritted his teeth and got it, although he had quite a lot of unhappiness too. Obeying ancestor Han Yang's legacy teachings, he still carried them out unwaveringly. The moment Yi Yuan, this ancestor, came, he took away a large number of heavenly medicines. This made them extremely dissatisfied. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, this ancestor that made neither head nor tail, had caused them to be very unhappy too, if an emperor vast heaven came, or even if it was an emperor cloud heaven, they would just suck it up and acknowledge it. But a lower true sovereign heaven, no matter how talented you were, what the hell did it have to do with us? Wang Jun swept Lu Yin a glance and said coolly this was what ancestor Hangyang passed down. For so many years, each sect master will personally pass it on to the next sect master before being drafted. Lu Yin, if this sect master is drafted this time, this legacy teaching will be inherited by you two. Are you taking over or not? Lu Yin could not help choking when he heard that. To a sect, inheritance was the most important. Inheritance was not just the inheritance of cultivation methods and martial techniques. It was also the inheritance of responsibilities. To the current Lu Yin, he did not need to do anything, but once he became sect master, he would have to fulfill the responsibilities. Then was he taking over or not? Sects that could have tens of thousands of years of lineage all had their own raison d'etre. If they could not even pass down this bit of responsibility, then the sect would have long dissipated. Moreover, under the current circumstances, where could they go to escape the war between two major races? If they became itinerant cultivators, it would be even more miserable. But at this rate, our Sublime Pill sect will be finished. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and said, Wang Jun still said coolly, without Patriarch Cloudmount, the Sublime Pill sect wouldn't have all these today. You and I also wouldn't have had the lucky chance to reach the Emperor realm. Therefore, even if the Sublime Pill sect is finished, we have to carry out this legacy teaching too. Amen. It's very lively. Everyone's here. Perfect. I still have a list here. Wang Jun, hurry up and help me take care of it. Quickly. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. A leisurely looking Yi Yuan walked into the great hall. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter. Enough. I can't take it anymore. You, this fellow, are you done yet? Enough. I can't take it anymore. You, this fellow, are you done yet? Lu Yin directly blew up, pointing at Yi Yuan as he started to bellow. The others in the great hall were also all glaring. This guy was simply a vampire. The heavenly medicines that he asked for previously virtually depleted half of the sect's accumulations. Another half-step emperor realm also said, angrily, what rubbish ancestor, sect master. Even if I'm struck dead by heaven, I'll also chase this guy out of the Sublime Pill sect today. Another half-step emperor realm also said, angrily. The others spoke up one after another, criticizing Yi Yuan. Their patience had already reached its limits. Wang Jun also looked at Yi Yuan with a helpless look and said, Ancestor Yi, the list that you gave previously has already depleted more than half of the sect's accumulations. If you want more, the sect's disciples won't be able to cultivate normally anymore. Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback and said, Is that so? Then it's really a shame. Since that's the case, you pick some strong ones to consume these heavenly pills first. The Sublime Pill sect still needs some powerhouses to protect it. It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. Piles of bottles and vials appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Yang, who was still blowing his top earlier, his eyes went wide. Inside the bottles and vials, that profound undulation already filled the entire great hall. Sublime Pill sect was established with alchemy. There was no shortage of alchemy path experts in the sect. They naturally knew about profound grade, heavenly pills. Wang Jun shot to his feet, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief as he said quiveringly, Ancestor Yi, you're saying that these heavenly pills are all for us. Yi Yuan said, otherwise, these heavenly pills are of little use to me. I've already adapted to the origin of blood, my strength improving greatly. I'm about to transcend tribulation and break through my realm right away. There are 20 profound grade, resplendent divine emperor pills in here. It should be sufficient to let Lu Yen 3 people step into emperor realm. The rest are also enough to let the collective strength of true sovereign heavens reach a higher level. 2 to 20 profound grade, resplendent divine emperor pills. Wang Jun felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Resplendent divine emperor pill. That was a miraculous heavenly pill that could create emperor realms. The refining difficulty was not an ordinary kind of high. Even ancestor Han Yang could not refine profound grade, resplendent divine emperor pills too. Ancestor Yi, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, could refine it. Could emperor realms be nurtured using heavenly pills? Not just emperor cloud heaven. Even hegemon realms could be groomed using chaos heavenly pills too. But the sad thing was that the heavenly medicines required to refine this sort of chaos heavenly pill were seriously too rarely seen. Not a single strain might be born in 100,000 years. It was just that the nurturing of emperor realms was very different from the previous cultivation realms. Even if the pill entered profound grade, it was also no guarantee that a half-step emperor cloud heaven could step into emperor cloud heaven. Emperor realm was too mysterious. Therefore, Yi Yuan refined 20 in one go. No matter how poor the aptitudes of Lu Yen 3 people were, 20 was enough for them to step into emperor realm too. After all, it was profound grade. If not for these 20 resplendent divine emperor pills, it would not have emptied out the sublime pill sect's accumulated resources too. But even if the sublime pill sect's accumulated resources were emptied out fully, it could not purchase 20 resplendent divine emperor pills too. No, just talking in terms of value, it could at most just buy 1 or 2. This thing was too precious. Wang Jun looked at Yi Yuan, as if having seen a ghost, and said, You're just lower true sovereign heaven. You can already refine profound grade heavenly pills. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No. Wang Jun let out a long sigh in relief and muttered, Luckily, I could already do it at Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The sublime pill sect disciples present felt incredibly blown away. Everyone refined pills. Why were you so outstanding? Profound grade was a realm that was lofty and out of reach. Forget about a measly little lower true sovereign heaven. Even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, being able to step into profound grade was very rare too. One had to know when Yi Yuan entered profound grade back then. Even a top sect like the extreme medicine sect was shaken. How could a puny little sublime pill sect not be horrified? Even when the sublime pill sect was at its peak, the people who could enter the realm of profound grade did not surpass 3 people too. Now a lower true sovereign heaven went into a close seclusion for a few months' time and took out a bunch of profound grade heavenly pills. This sort of thing was seriously too shocking. So when they learned that Yi Yuan turned those heavenly medicines into profound grade heavenly pills, they were completely flustered. At this time, Wang Jun, they all finally understood why back then hegemon Cloudmount could not even be bothered to give Ancestor Hangyang a glance. In their view, Ancestor Hangyang, who could develop a sublime realm sect into an Emperor Sakra Heaven level major sect, was absolutely amazingly talented already. But compared to this one in front of them, he was truly pummeled until not even dregs remained. Only such a genius was fit to become the disciple of that kind of existence. Lu Yang directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and cried bitterly as he said, Ancestor Yi, this disciple deserves death. This disciple shouldn't have criticized Ancestor behind your back, shouldn't have projected my own shortcomings onto others. This disciple is unfilial. Ancestor, please punish. At this time, Lu Yen really felt that he could look for a hole to crawl into. These few days, he had a stomach full of complaints. If not for Wang Jun suppressing it, he would have long broken in and chased Yi Yuan away. But only now did he understand that Yi Yuan wanted these heavenly medicines not for himself, but for the Sublime Pill sect and him. He was really worse than a beast to actually scold Ancestor Yi behind his back. He currently wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Ancestor Yi, this disciple, also played a part. Ancestor, please punish. Ancestor Yi, please punish. Even the half-step Emperor realms, as well as those true sovereign heavens, all knelt down too. These few days, they criticized Yi Yuan plenty. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll get up. This matter was in fact my fault. It was me who was anxious to enter closed seclusion and didn't explain things clearly. Since the Sublime Pill sect is the Tao teaching that my master left behind, then this disciple, naturally have the responsibility to guard it. You guys also wouldn't have called me Ancestor Yi in vain." Lu Yen was completely convinced. He kowtowed heavily to Yi Yuan, exclaiming, "Ancestor Yi has a mind as open as a valley. This disciple admires. From now on, this disciple will follow Ancestor Ye's lead." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need to waste time on this. After you all distribute the heavenly pills, go into a closed seclusion, respectively. This ancestor is going to transcend tribulation." Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure moved and already went out of the great hall. Very soon, terrifying undulations came from outside. Wang Jun and the rest exchanged glances, the look of shock on their faces growing stronger. What terrifying undulations! They could also tell that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. But this true sovereign Tao tribulation was a little too terrifying, right? Such a terrifying, true, sovereign Tao tribulation. Could Ancestor Yi overcome it? Upon coming out to see, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan was akin to a living god or devil under the Tao tribulation. A Tao sword destroyed all of the Tao tribulations. After refining the origin of blood, Yi Yuan's strength became powerful until it was hair-raising. Coupled with the power of blessing, this true sovereign Tao tribulation was no longer able to do anything to him. Seeing this scene, Wang Jun suddenly had tears running down his face as he said, "Perhaps Patriarch Cloudmount heard our prayers and sent Ancestor Yi to come and save us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter Lu Yen, Three People's Talents were indeed not to be complimented. Lu Yen, Three People's Talents were indeed not to be complimented. The three people consumed 19 resplendent divine emperor pills before finally breaking through to Emperor Realm. A waste of such fine, profound, grade, heavenly pills. But at any rate, the Sublime Pill sect had 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses now. Their strength immediately jumped up a level. Emperor Realm and not Emperor Realm were 2 totally different worlds. Even if Yi Yuan was so monstrous, it was also impossible to cross this large mountain, jumping realms to battle. As for those true sovereign heavens, their strength similarly made great progress. The Sublime Pill sect from top to bottom revered Yi Yuan like a god. Yi Yuan stayed in the Sublime Pill sect for 3 years. For 3 years, Yi Yuan placed his mind on the origin of blood and the comprehension of the divine emergence's 3rd level. At present, already Yi Yuan fused with the blood origin. This was the work of the Tao sword. He could utilize the power of origin, but his understanding of the origin of blood was very superficial. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something, but not understanding why. The origin of blood was also the most fundamental power to construct the rules of all the heavens. Therefore, its power was not inferior to that of spatial origin. With Yi Yuan grasping an origin power in advance, he naturally palpitated with excitement. With the Tao sword as a medium, his speed of comprehending the origin of blood was extremely fast. Comprehending origin had no shortcuts to take. But Yi Yuan took a shortcut. On the contrary, Yi Yuan did not have any clues about the divine emergence's third level this entire time. The soul race had 3 great sacred canons and 3 great sacred soul artifacts. All of them were the 33 heavens' top existences. The divine emergence's third level was a massive threshold. It was incomparably difficult. This third level often could only be comprehended by the soul race's emperor realm powerhouses. And the divine emergence was also one of the soul race's sacred canons. The difficulty could be imagined. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much bottlenecks cultivating it to grand completion second level, but this time he encountered a bottleneck. The tranquility of these 3 years was finally broken by the arrival of the Soul Envoy. Paying respects to Lord Soul Envoy, Wang Jun brought the sublime pill sex people and carried out a worship ritual on bent knees. This Soul Envoy was merely grand completion true sovereign heaven, but these exalted emperor realms actually had to extend such solemn respects. It was truly oppressing. The Soul Envoy was very haughty and did not have the intention of letting Wang Jun and the rest get up at all. Rather, it was behind him. An Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse's gaze was swimming across Lu Yen few people, revealing a smile that was not a smile. This person was called Zhang Zhuoshan, Soaring Cloud Sect Master. To talk about this Soaring Cloud sect, back then, they were still the Sublime Pill Sect's subordinate sect. The strongest was merely true sovereign heaven. Compared to the Sublime Pill sect, the Soaring Cloud sect was like an ant. But circumstances changed with the passing of time. The Soaring Cloud sect already had 3 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses now. There was even a middle Emperor Cloud Heaven among them, their strength far surpassing the Sublime Pill sect instead. Actually, the soul race did not squeeze the human race blindly. Instead, they groomed some weak sects consciously. But when they drafted the humans, they would naturally draft those powerful sections. This was equivalent to weakening a batch and nurturing a batch. That batch that was weakened naturally hated the soul race to the core. But that batch that was being groomed, they overflowed with gratitude towards the soul race. This way, not only did it divide the human race, it also made it impossible for some powerful existences to appear in the human race, forever being enslaved under the soul race. The Sublime Pill sect was clearly that batch that was being weakened, and the Soaring Cloud sect was that batch that was being nurtured. Zhang Zhuoshan's aptitude was actually ordinary, but with the soul race's strength, wanting to nurture a middle Emperor Cloud Heaven was still easy to accomplish. And Zhang Zhuoshan also directly became a sycophant of the soul race. If the soul race asked him to go east, he would never go west. The Soul Envoy looked at Wang Jun and said lightly, "Wang Jun, your Sublime Pill Sect Zhou Chen, as well as 5 other Emperor Cloud Heavens, have already all fallen." These words did not carry the slightest trace of emotion. It was as if the few Emperor Realm powerhouses who died were little dogs. Wang Jun's entire body shook, tears pouring out of his eyes. "Senior apprentice brother, it was all me who harmed you." Zhou Chen was precisely the Sublime Pill Sect's former sect master. Over 50 years ago, the soul race forcibly drafted Zhou Chen and 6 Emperor Cloud Heavens, only leaving behind Wang Jun, 1 Emperor Realm powerhouse. Hence, Zhou Chen passed the position of sect master to Wang Jun. Actually, that call-up planned to take Wang Jun away too. But Zhou Chen gave the vast majority of the Sublime Pill Sect's resources to this sole envoy in order to leave behind a trace of bloodline for the Sublime Pill sect. This was also the reason why the Sublime Pill sect depleted their resources to get a few grade 6 heavenly pills now. These few thousands of years, the nightmares that the Sublime Pill sect had heard of were too many. Ancestor Hang Yang brought a group of disciples and fought for over 1,000 years with the blood race. In the end, he still fell. When the bad news came, the entire sect was in deep grief. Yet, this was only the beginning. After Ancestor Hang Yang died, the Soul race drafted another batch of Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses. Following that, it was Emperor Cloud Heavens. Until now, there was only Wang Jun, a single sapling left. Ha! Wang Jun, rather than crying bitterly for Zhou Chun, that damn thing here, why not worry about yourself? Lord Soul Envoy has said, all of the Sublime Pill sect's Emperor realms will enter the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Since you all have 4 Emperor realms now, then just now go together then. Zhang Zhuishan looked at Wang Jun with a smug look, seeing that the Sublime Pill sect actually had 4 Emperor realms appear all of a sudden. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Originally, the Soaring Cloud sect had already completely pressed the Sublime Pill sect down. What kind of people Lu Yin these 3 were, Zhang Zhuishan knew. Wanting to step into the Emperor realm, there was basically no possibility. But who knew that having not seen for a few short decades, the 3 of them actually all stepped into Emperor Cloud Heaven. Fortunately, he kept it in mind. This time, he was going to round the Sublime Pill sect up in one fell swoop, so he secretly informed Lord Soul Envoy to have him continue drafting the Sublime Pill sect. This time, he could completely trample the Sublime Pill sect into the mud. Wang Jun's entire body shook, wishing to tear Zhang Zhuishan to shreds. He knew that it was definitely him who stirred up enmity again. Lord Soul Envoy, my Sublime Pill sect's talents have already dwindled to 0 in order to fight for the Soul race. Now, there are only these last few bloodlines left. This time, Wang Jun is willing to set off for Scarlet Drill battlefield. Lord Soul Envoy, please let Lu Yin they all off. Wang Jun said in a trembling voice. The Soul Envoy gave Wang Jun a glance and said coolly, it's your honor to fight for my soul race. Why? Do you feel that this envoy is setting you all up? Don't need to say any more. The situation of the battlefront at the Scarlet Drill battlefield is urgent. We're precisely in need of your services now. This time, not only are the 4 of you going, all of the true sovereign heavens have to go. When Zhang Zhuishan heard, he was beside himself with joy by the side. Wang Jun lifted his head abruptly, looking at the Soul Envoy with a look of resentment. This was driving everyone to extermination. Wang Jun was furious to the extreme, the Emperor realm pressure on his body suddenly releasing, already having the stance of risking it all. However, the Soul Envoy did not care at all. He just said coolly, why, you even want to make a move. You have to think clearly. Once you make a move, your Sublime Pill sect will completely disappear. This sentence was akin to a basin of cold water pouring down the head. The Emperor realm pressure on his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Going, there was still a glimmer of hope. Not going, they would be completely wiped out by the soul race. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter each and every one of the Sublime Pill sect's disciples was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, wishing that they could perish together. Each and every one of the Sublime Pill sect's disciples was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, wishing that they could perish together. This Soul Envoy did not give the Sublime Pill sect any way out. Die in glory rather than live on in dishonor. Right, we're not scared of death. At most, we'll fight it out to the death. Sect Master, we've had enough a long time ago. These few years, We've lived worse than dogs. Fight it out with him." As he talked, this newly advanced Emperor Realm powerhouse was looking at Zhangzhuashan. Thousands of years of accumulated resentment had completely erupted at this moment. The soul race did not give any way out at all. This was wiping out their true sovereign heavens and above in one fell swoop. Without even true sovereign heavens, was the Sublime Pill sect still the Sublime Pill sect? Zhangzhuashan stood behind the soul envoy with a smile that was not a smile. The Sublime Pill sect bringing about their own destruction. He was happy to see it happen. Thinking back then, he was like a dog in front of the Sublime Pill sect. Now, he finally felt exaltation upon fulfillment. "All shut up for me." Wang Jun roared angrily, suppressing everyone's voices. In the Sublime Pill sect, Wang Jun's prestige was still extremely high. He forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "What can mutual destruction achieve? My Sublime Pill sect has a lineage of tens of thousands of years. It can't be cut off just like that. We'll go." Wang Jun virtually depleted all of his strength to utter the word go. He knew that if he went, the Sublime Pill sect would be completely beaten into the dirt. The four of them Emperor realms added up might not be Zhangzhuashan's match too. Rather than dying in vain, it was better to leave some descendants behind for the Sublime Pill sect. Presumably, the true sovereign heavens would have all died out. The soul race would not go so far as to target some saint sovereign heavens, right? After all, if these people went, they would only be cannon fodders too. Lu Xian, from now on, you're the Sublime Pill sect master. Wang Jun looked at a grand completion saint sovereign heaven and said, Lu Xian's eyes were filled with tears, kneeling down with a thud. The soul envoy smiled and said, "That's right. This is the wise move. Moreover, going to the Scarlet Drill battlefield might not be a road that leads to death. Maybe it will be your lucky chance too. In that place, there are many people who break through the fetters and break through realms repeatedly, becoming overlords of a region. You all don't need to be so pessimistic. All right, whatever you have to hand over, hurry up and hand it over. And then we're leaving." Half a day later, the Soul Envoy escorted a group of Sublime Pill sect powerhouses, and they were prepared to leave. The entire Sublime Pill sect was in a state of misery. At this time, Wang Jun already recovered calmness. He instructed Lu Xian, his gaze sincere, as he said, "Lu Xian, I only have one request for you. No matter how hard it is, you have to let the Sublime Pill sect survive too." When he said this, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Wang Jun's mind. With him around, the Sublime Pill sect would not die. So what if there were no true sovereign heavens? With him around, before long, the Sublime Pill sect would have a large batch of true sovereign heavens appear again. Emperor realms would absolutely not be far beyond reach too. Yi Yuan was in a close seclusion. From the start until now, nobody in the Sublime Pill sect mentioned Yi Yuan's name. Firstly, they were grateful to Yi Yuan and could not drag Yi Yuan into the water. Secondly, they all tacitly felt that with Ancestor Yi around, the Sublime Pill sect still had a tomorrow. Of course, Wang Jun, they all did not feel that Yi Yuan appearing could change anything. It was true that he was a genius, but facing a behemoth like the soul race, a genius could not change anything. Ancestor Hangyang was Emperor Sakra heaven, something that even an Emperor Sakra heaven could not change. What could a measly little true sovereign heaven change? When Lu Xian heard that, he knelt down again with a thud and said in tears, "Lu Xian remembers Sect Master's teachings. Sect Master, take care." Zhangzhuashan smiled lightly and said, TSK, what a touching scene. Lord Soul Envoy, the Sublime Pill sect is so ignorant about what's good for them. Can you send them to Tianque front? The sole envoy nodded slightly and said, Amen, Tianque front, there is indeed short on people. One sentence made the expressions of Wang Jun and the rest change again. Tianque front was the Scarlet Drill battlefield's most dangerous place. The cruelty did not lose to South Qi Giant City. Going there was virtually certain death. Ancestor Han Yang died at the Tianque front. If looks could kill, Zhang Zuoshan would have already died God knows how many times. The sole envoy did not care about these gazes in the slightest. He just said coolly, All right, stop talking crap. Set off. Everyone was just about to leave, but two figures blocked their path. Seeing the arrival, Wang Jun's pupils constricted. He glared at Li Jianshan, who was next to Yi Yuan, and said with an angry roar, Li Jianshan, Ancestor Yi has treated you with kindness. Why are you harming him? The arrival was precisely Yi Yuan. Next to him was a Saint Sovereign Heaven disciple, Li Jianshan. This Li Jianshan had a very outstanding alchemy talent. Yi Yuan found him very promising. During these few years, he frequently gave guidance to Li Jianshan. His strength also advanced rapidly. Just like that, he already became the #1 person under Liu Xian. Wang Jun did not expect that this guy actually secretly went to find Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he could not escape anymore. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan appear, Wang Jun was beyond furious. The moment Zhang Zuoshan saw Yi Yuan, he could not help smiling. It turns out that there's still a true sovereign heaven hiding. Wang Jun, what gall you have? Lord Soul Envoy. Looks like if we don't teach them a lesson, this bunch of guys won't be obedient. Amen? Lord Soul Envoy. The Soul Envoy ignored Zhang Zuoshan, but his pair of eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was extremely surprised too, and was currently sizing the Soul Envoy up, a hint of a smile surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Ho, it's really a small world. I didn't expect that I could actually meet an old friend in nihility exceeding balance heaven. Yen Jade True, how have you been? Yi Yuan said with a beam. That was right. This Lord Soul Envoy was precisely the Jade True heavenly sex ancestor who schemed against Yi Yuan back then and was sent packing by Yi Yuan. Yen Jade True. After the farewell back then, Yi Yuan never saw Yen Jade True again. He never expected that he crossed a world to arrive at nihility exceeding balance heaven, and actually met Yen Jade True. Furthermore, he even became the soul race's soul envoy. To talk about this Yen Jade True, he was really fated to not die. Originally, he was severely wounded by Yi Yuan and also inflicted with the soul poison. It was very hard to recover his peak strength again. Furthermore, in his condition, he could not cross the sea and go to heaven one continent at all. In the sea, he similarly suffered a frenzied pursuit. But who could have expected that when he fled to the bottom of the sea, he actually discovered a mystic realm? That mystic realm was even left behind by an Emperor Realm soul denizen. Not only did Yen Jade True obtain an Emperor Realm's legacy, he even entered the realm passageway between Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, and nihility exceeding balance heaven in an accident arising from many causes, finally arriving at nihility exceeding balance heaven. Later, by relying on that Emperor Realm inheritance, as well as his own intellect, not only did he enter the soul race, he even became a soul envoy. It was just that he never expected to actually bump into his sworn enemy, Yi Yuan, in this nihility exceeding balance heaven. After being taken aback, Yen Jade True came back to his senses very quickly. Looking at Yi Yuan with a smile, he said, This envoy is well, very well. Yi Yuan, since you appeared in the Sublime Pill sect, then follow them to the Scarlet Drill battlefield. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter seeing that Yi Yuan actually knew the sole envoy, Wang Jun, and the rest could not help but rejoice. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually knew the sole envoy, Wang Jun, and the rest could not help but rejoice. Yen Jadre's one sentence directly woke them up. It turned out that these two were enemies. With this, it was really over. Yi Yuan did not feel anything. He just smiled and said, "It looks like you've already forgotten the lesson from last time." Yen Jadre laughed loudly and said, "Forgotten? Ho, how can I possibly forget? Do you think that this envoy is still that trash who doesn't know anything? Back then, the reason why this envoy was plotted against by you, it was merely because I was an origin divinity body at that time. Now, this envoy had a great lucky chance, and already completely transformed into a soul denizen, grasping the soul race's powerful mystic arts. It's the soul race that let this envoy experience a nirvanic rebirth. Killing you now is merely a matter of a single thought. Yi Yuan, you don't know this, but for so many years, this envoy has been constantly thinking about returning to the grand bright jade, complete heaven, to avenge the enmity back then. I really didn't expect that heaven has eyes to actually deliver you before this envoy. Ha ha ha, talking until the back. Yen Jadre could not resist letting out a loud laugh. He was seriously too happy. Back then, Yang Jadre being defeated at Yi Yuan's hands, it could be said to having all hope being dashed to pieces. But only until he obtained the soul race's inheritance did he learn why he was defeated. Was an origin divinity body a soul denizen? In essence, the two were homologous. But the human race's origin divinity had a huge connection to the physical body and the inner world. It was different for the soul race. Furthermore, the human race rarely had soul race mystic arts. Even if there were techniques to cultivate the origin divinity, it was far from the soul race's too. Therefore, the human race's origin divinity was actually 108,000 miles worse than same rank soul denizens. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, it was not only the human race. After other races had their fleshy bodies be destroyed, there would be a soul body existing too. But a soul body was different from the soul race. The cultivation of the soul race was another great Tao. Both that and the blood race's origin of blood were extremely strong great Taos. Soul race powerhouses could eliminate hundreds of millions of living things with a single thought. Origin divinity body must obtain the soul race's cultivation method, shed off the shackles of the origin divinity, and tread onto the great Tao of soul before they could be called a soul denizen. Otherwise, they were too weak to stand up to competition. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL D0T C0M. Very clearly, Yi Yuan grasped some kind of extremely powerful soul race mystic art back then. That was how he could defeat the strong while being weaker, beating the piss out of him. But now it was already different. He, Yen Jadre, obtained the soul race's inheritance and already completely transformed into a soul denizen. His strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath a long time ago. The moment Zhang Zuishan heard, he was overjoyed. He knew that this one in front of him was currently a rising new star in the Nirvana Soul Hall. His rate of improvement was very quick. He was already just half a step away from Emperor Realm. Therefore, he did his best to suck up to Yen Jadre. That was how he had today. I was wondering what powerful figure it was to be able to make Lord Soul Envoy keep thinking about him. It turns out that it's merely a random nobody. Kid, there's a phrase. Change is the only constant the wheel of fortune turns. Have you heard it before? The present Lord Soul Envoy can crush you as easily as crushing an ant to death. Zhang Zuishan said smugly. Yen Jadre said with a smile, "That's correct." How soothing to the heart. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Wasn't he and Yi Yuan be like so? heaven really had eyes, delivering Yi Yuan in front of him. The expressions of Wang Jun and the rest changed drastically. They similarly knew that this one before their eyes was the Nirvana soul, Hall's expert. Same rank humans were not his match at all. They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but fighting with the soul race was different. One thought life and death would be decided. Ancestor Yi will stop them. Hurry up and go. Wang Jun's figure moved, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Lu Yen and the rest gave no chance to explain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Jun. Previously, the entire sect even wanted to perish together with Yen Jade True, and they suppressed it. Now, for Yi Yuan's sake, they did not even want the sect anymore. The loyalty of Wang Jun, these people could be seen. Zhang Zhuoshan snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of ant-like things to actually dare be disrespectful to the sole envoy. Hoo-hoo, I think that you all are really tired of living." But Yi Yuan, who was away from Wang Jun and the rest, said with a faint smile, "Looks like you have great resentment. Then I'll give you a chance. Come and kill me." This slightly smiling appearance, Yen Jade True was very displeased. His two eyes narrowed, instinctively feeling that Yi Yuan harbored malicious intentions. This kid was too cunning. He was already infinitely cautious back then. Who knew that he still succumbed to his trick? He understood Yi Yuan too well, but the more he understood, the more fearful he was of Yi Yuan. "Zhang Zhuoshan, go and kill him." Hesitating for a moment, Yen Jade True still said cautiously. Zhang Zhuoshan was stunned. Is Lord Soul Envoy scared of this kid? In the Nirvana Soul Hall, Lord Soul Envoy killed gods if gods blocked him, killed Buddha if Buddha blocked him. Under Emperor Realm, he was virtually unrivaled. Now, he was actually afraid of a newly advanced middle true sovereign heaven. Could this kid be so impressive? However, he did not dare to refuse to carry out Yen Jade True's orders. The moment Zhang Zhuoshan's middle Emperor Cloud Heaven aura released, everyone's faces changed. "You dare to hurt my ancestor Yi. This sect master will fight it out with you." Wang Jun 4 people immediately faced off against Zhang Zhuoshan without hesitation. Luckily, Wang Jun's strength was already very close to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. The 4 people barely managed to resist Zhang Zhuoshan. Yen Jade True thought that the Sublime Pill sect only had Wang Jun, 1 Emperor Realm. That was why he brought Zhang Zhuoshan alone. Who knew that 4 Emperor Realms appeared all of a sudden? Yi Yuan did not care. He still smiled at Yen Jade True and said, "Why? Don't dare? If you're not making a move, then I'm going to make a move." Yen Jade True's pupils constricted. A powerful long-distance attack directly entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. One thought, life and death, was decided. But when his soul force entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, it suddenly seemed like it collided into an iron plate. Yen Jade True gave a muffled groan, falling back several steps in a row. Yi Yuan did not play any tricks. How could his origin divinity be so powerful? The origin divinity attack, just now, Yi Yuan did not even deliberately defend against it. He only felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was strong like an iron plate, and his origin divinity attack was slammed until it was badly battered. He looked towards Yi Yuan in horror and said, how can this be? How can your origin divinity be so strong?" Back then, Yi Yuan's origin divinity barely managed to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just how long had it been? His origin divinity already reached Upper True Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's origin divinity was more than 100 times more solid than ordinary Upper True Sovereign Heavens. Just what kind of origin divinity cultivation method did this guy cultivate? He obtained an Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance. After cultivating bitterly for so long, He did not even have a match in the Nirvana Soul Hall. Now, he actually lost to a human? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Looks like the lesson last time wasn't deep enough. Then, this time, I'll deepen the impression. Finished saying, two origin divinities emerged from Yi Yuan's body. Finally, they merged into one. Yen Jade True felt horror in his heart, crying out in surprise, twin chaos origin divinities. Chapter Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and two faces to begin with. Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and two faces to begin with. One was the dragon soul, the other was the divine soul. Having obtained divine emergence, Yi Yuan's both divinities cultivated it at the same time. The two origin divinities became strong on their own. Now, each one did not lose to same rank powerhouses. When the two combined into one, the power was even greater. Yi Yuan condensed a long bow with soul force, bending the bow and notching an arrow. Yen Jade's expression changed drastically. He was too familiar with this move. Arrow of God Extermination. It was just that when Yi Yuan unleashed it now, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. It's still this move. This situation really deepens the impression of the past. Yi Yuan smiled, and the arrow of God Extermination tore across the air. Yen Jade True felt his scalp tingle, hurriedly releasing several streams of soul force, surrounding himself tightly. This move was also an Emperor Realm inheritance. It was called Nether Shield, its defensive strength extremely strong. The Nether Shield instantly shattered. Yen Jade True only felt his head spin, his soul body already suffering heavy injuries. Circumstances changed with the passing of time. Feeling the power of this arrow of God Extermination again, Yen Jade True was struck dumb with amazement. His nether shield was akin to an ant in front of the arrow of God Extermination. I only unleashed 30% of my power, and you already collapsed. This time, try 40%. Yen Jade True wanted to cry. Just 30% power, and he already could not withstand it, let alone talk about 40% power. Yen Jade True gritted his teeth hard and said with an angry roar, Yi Yuan, you forced me. Destruction Heavenly Blade. On his hand, a ring suddenly lit up. Yen Jade True's soul force suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times. And at this time, his soul force also turned ethereal, transforming into a blood-red colored long blade. An Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance was naturally extraordinary. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL D0T C0M. This ring was Yen Jade True's trump card. This ring was called Soul Recall Ring, a grade 3 Grandmiss treasure. Once it was activated, it could cause soul force to skyrocket, and this Destruction Heavenly Blade was that Emperor Vast Heaven's ultimate move. The moment this blade emerged, everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Jun felt this terrifying soul force undulation. This blade, even with an Emperor Realm's origin divinity, it probably could not resist it too. Ancestor Yi, be careful! Wang Jun roared loudly. While talking, Wang Jun was struck flying by Zhang Zuishan with a palm. The latter laughed and said, unable to even fend for yourself, you still have the leisure to care about others. Do you think that Lord Soul Envoy can really be defeated by some Tom, Dick, or Harry? That kid is dead for sure. A trace of surprise was revealed on Yi Yuan's face too, but very soon he recovered back to normal and said with a faint smile, a little interesting. In the next instant, his soul force similarly soared. In an instant, Yi Yuan's soul force directly started to immolate. The soul bow and soul arrow in Yi Yuan's hands all caught on fire. Divine emergence mystic art rising from the ashes, the Destruction Heavenly Blade, and arrow of God Extermination instantly exploded in the void. Yen Jie Tru was akin to being struck by lightning, drifting out like a piece of paper. His entire person instantly became much dimmer. Clearly, his soul body had already sustained serious injuries. Zhang Zuishan had a dumbfounded expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. He had seen before with his own eyes. Lord Soul Envoy used the destruction heavenly blade to slash the half-step Emperor realm until he disintegrated. Apparently, he was actually defeated by this little fellow from the human race. This was also too fake, right? Wang Jun had a dumbfounded look too, immediately becoming wildly ecstatic. Ancestor Yi was indeed impressive. Ha! Zhang Zuishan, just now, who did you say was dead for sure? Wang Jun said with a loud laugh. Zhang Zuishan's face turned back. This face-slapping was also too fast, right? At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived at Yen Jie Tru's side, pulled the ring off Yen Jie Tru's body, and started examining it carefully. This is a soul artifact. Indeed, a little interesting. Yen Jie Tru, give me this thing, all right? Yi Yuan looked at Yen Jie Tru and said. Yen Jie Tru gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Dream on. I'm a soul envoy now. If you dare touch a hair on me, the soul race won't let you off. Also, this sublime pill sect, you wouldn't want to watch them die, right?" He was confident that he understood Yi Yuan very well and knew that Yi Yuan would not leave the sublime pill sect alone. Who knew that Yi Yuan grinned, and then a streak of gloomy light was fired into Yen Jie Tru's soul body. Yen Jie Tru cried out miserably, rolling around on the ground in pain. He just felt as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing on his soul body. That sort of anguish made him virtually want to end it all. Hearing Yen Jie Tru's miserable scream, the group of Emperor realms could not help shuddering with fear too. I'll give, okay? Yen Jie Tru gave in. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you did so earlier, wouldn't you have suffered less physical hardship?" While talking, his fingertips beckoned, retracting that streak of gloomy light. Yen Jie Tru looked at Yi Yuan, filled with fear. He originally thought that having obtained an Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance and sweeping across the Nirvana Soul Hall, he would definitely be able to avenge the enmity when he encountered Yi Yuan again. Who knew that in the end, he actually still suffered a crushing defeat. Not only was he defeated, this grade 3 Grandmiss treasure actually even had to be snatched away by Yi Yuan. Helpless, Yen Jie Tru could only retract the Soul Recall Ring's imprint. Very soon, Yi Yuan became the Soul Recall Ring's new owner. After feeling it, with this Soul Recall Ring, if Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed, he would virtually be able to rival grand completion true sovereign heavens. Coupled with the powerful mystic arts in Deity realm, Yi Yuan could exterminate half-step Emperor realm soul denizens akin to retrieving an item from his own bag. After Yi Yuan's twin chaos origin divinities all reached grand completion true sovereign heaven, even if he encountered Emperor realm powerhouses, he might not be without the strength to have a fight. Seeing Yi Yuan's gleeful look, Yen Jie Tru felt as awful as one could be. Yi Yuan looked toward Yen Jie Tru and said with a smile, "Lord Soul Envoy, regarding this matter of recruitment, do you know what you should do?" Yen Jie Tru seemed like he had eaten a fly, but he still nodded and said, "Gee, got it." He struggled to his feet, gaze looking at Zhang Zuishan intent as he said, "Zhang Zuishan, the soaring cloud sect from top to bottom, those above Saint Sovereign Heaven will all enter the Scarlet Drill battlefield." Zhang Zuishan's expression changed wildly. What is going on here? Weren't we here to get the Sublime Pill sect? How did it become drafting the Soaring Cloud sect in a blink of an eye? Furthermore, Yen Jie Tru's words were to round up the Soaring Cloud sect's sovereign realm and above in one fell swoop. Yen Jie Tru's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "What? This envoy's words aren't useful anymore?" Do you need this envoy to send a message to my master and invite his elderly self to come over and speed things up in person? Hearing this, Zhang Zuishan's expression changed drastically. Yen Jie-tru already acknowledged an Emperor Vast Heaven as master when he arrived at the Nirvana Soul Hall. His master was the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder. Not only was his strength preeminent, but his authority was also immense too. If he were to take action, the Soaring Cloud sect could forget about leaving behind a trace of bloodline in the end. It's useful. Zhang Zuishan obeys. Zhang Zuishan even had the heart to die, hearing that the soul envoy was going to conscript the Sublime Pill sect again. Zhang Zuishan immediately came forward on his own accord, wanting to tag along. Trampling on the former high sect was a very satisfying thing. But who knew that it actually entrapped the Soaring Cloud sect? The current Zhang Zuishan, his intestines already turned green with regret. Report to the Scarlet Drill battlefield within 10 days. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Yen Jie-tru looked at Zhang Zuishan and said coldly, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter: Ancestor Yi was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Ancestor Yi was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Too satisfying. The Soaring Cloud sect has this day too. Ancestor Yi is really impressive. Alchemy Dao, Martial Dao, Soul Dao, all of them are astonishing. No wonder he could be taken in as a disciple by Patriarch. The Sublime Pill sect's disciples were agitated until they were almost crying. Originally, they thought that the sect was going to decline henceforth. But who knew that Ancestor Yi overcame the raging tides, saving the sect, and even conveniently trampled the Soaring Cloud sect into the mud while he was at it. Zhang Zuishan left in disgrace. When he left, he was wailing bitterly. Soaring Cloud sect's decline was virtually a certainty. But Wang Jun and the rest of the Emperor Realm powerhouses were not so optimistic. Yi Yuan had offended the Soul Envoy to the core. The Soul Envoy represented the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yi Yuan beat Yen Jie-tru to this extent and even snatched his lucky chance. This was equivalent to slapping the Nirvana Soul Hall's face. Could this Nirvana Soul Hall be willing to drop the matter? Nirvana Soul Hall was the organization used by the Soul Race to rule Day Cloud Continent. The powerhouses were plentiful as the clouds. The place where the Sublime Pill sect was located was Ninglan territory. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall was Ninglan territory's supreme governing body. All who offended the Nirvana Soul Hall did not have a good end. Ancestor Yi, hurry up and leave the Sublime Pill sect. The Soul Envoy's master, Emperor Sevenfeather, is the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder, and Emperor Vast Heaven Realm's Soul Emperor. He values this disciple a lot. If he finds out, he'll definitely come and kill you. Wang Jun clearly knew quite a bit of inside information and immediately urged Yi Yuan to leave. Yen Jie-tru was pleased with himself in his heart, but he did not dare to reveal it. He knew about Yi Yuan's means and could only secretly take delight in it. So what if you, Yi Yuan, are formidable? I'm the Soul Race's envoy now. Just you wait for death. Are you thinking about, after your master comes, then kills me, and he'll bring you away? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out, interrupting Yen Jie-tru's beautiful dream. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Yen Jie-tru's expression changed, and he said with an awkward smile, how can that be? Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually these few years, I've always been waiting for the Nirvana Soul Hall's people to come. Except I didn't expect that the one who came would actually be you. Yen Jie-tru's expression changed again. He was an extremely clever person. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, he immediately connected it to many things. No wonder he suddenly appeared in nihility exceeding balance, heaven. It turned out that his goal was actually the soul race. Suddenly, he thought of something and cried out in surprise, You want to borrow the power of the soul race to revive your beloved? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Talking with smart people saves effort. Therefore, you should know what I'm planning, right? Yen Jie Tru said, This is impossible. You're a human. How can you possibly enter the soul race? Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Suddenly, his origin divinity split into two, one becoming a dragon soul, the other turning into the chaos origin divinity. Following that, Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping out of his mouth. The dragon soul tunneled into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh. Now, it became two Yi Yuans. One was a chaos origin divinity, and the other was Yi Yuan's main body. Yen Jie Tru's pupils constricted, crying out in surprise once again, as he said, You are a madman to actually sever your twin origin divinities. But it's useless. Concerning the soul race and the origin divinity, there is a fundamental difference. Even if you cut off your origin divinity, you can't become a soul denizen too. I spent 150 years before completely transforming into the soul race. Do you feel that Master will wait 150 years for you? When he said this, Yen Jie Tru was full of mockery. Origin, divinity transforming into a soul denizen was a process. This process was the process of completely cutting off the origin divinity from the physical body and purifying oneself. Even if Yi Yuan forced him to teach him this purification technique, Soul Emperor Sevenfeather would not give him this time either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 150 years? That's too long. Yen Jie Tru, in my impression of you, you're a genius. You actually used 150 years before transforming into a soul denizen. Yen Jie Tru smiled coldly and said, Which origin divinity doesn't have too many fetters while they were alive, wanting to cut off the past and turning into the soul race? How can it be so easy? A period of 150 years is sufficient to rank into the top 3 in the Nirvana Soul Hall too. Yi Yuan, stop pretending in front of this seat. This seat will impart you the purification technique. I want to see how long you take. Yi Yuan said coolly, No need. I have a purification technique myself. While talking, Yi Yuan's body emitted motes of light, as if purifying himself. Yen Jie Tru stared at Yi Yuan, his eyes going wide. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 100 breaths, the aura on Yi Yuan's body already became exactly like him. Yi Yuan already transformed into a soul denizen. How is this possible? Yen Jie Tru muttered. Yen Jie Tru had never heard of this kind of transformation speed before. Of course, with his level, he had no way of understanding what kind of existence divine emergence was at all. One of the soul race's 3 great sacred canons was not joking around. It was not just Yen Jie Tru. Wang Jun and the rest were stunned too. How could nihility exceeding balance, heavens, humans not know the difficulty of transforming? In reality, nihility exceeding balance, heavens, origin divinities were beyond count. But those that were truly able to become a soul denizen were just in the minority after all. But he had never heard before that someone could actually transform completely into the soul race in 100 breaths. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan cut off his fetters with his original body, he was clearly still heavily injured. But in a blink, he became completely fine. Everything before their eyes already subverted their understanding. Therefore, can we set off now? Senior apprentice brother, Yen. Yi Yuan fired out a spell. Yen Jie Tru felt as if something had entered his soul body, and his expression could not help changing. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to have Yen J. True bring him into the Nirvana Soul Hall. From now on, they might become apprentice brothers. TSK, TSK. Truly, fate makes a mockery of men. Yen J. True's eyes shrunk slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I can bring you over, but you have to swear a deadly oath to release me after the matter is done. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, No problem. I have a feeling that you're my lucky star. With you around, my luck seems to be good every time. So there's no need to kill you. Yen J. True nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Of course, he was a soul body and did not have blood. In reality, if not for Yen J. True, there really would not be today's Yi Yuan. Afterward, if not for Yen J. True's guide, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to find the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's treasures established a solid foundation for Yi Yuan's rise later on. This time, he delivered the soul recall ring. TSK, TSK, such a nice guy. About to part, there was thick concern all over the faces of Wang Jun and the others. Severing fetters, infiltrating the soul race. This sort of thing was too crazy. The soul race has powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It was hard to predict the fortunes of this departure. Wang Jun could not help but worry. All right, stop looking like your parents died. From now on, with senior apprentice brother Yen and me in the Nirvana Soul Hall, you all can cultivate with peace of mind. Isn't that so, senior apprentice brother Yen? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Humph. Yen J. True snorted coldly. Wang Jun, my main body will be staying in the Sublime Pills sect. Help me look after it. Yi Yuan said. Ancestor, rest assured. Even if Wang Jun dies, I'll also ensure your safety. Wang Jun patted his chest and said, If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29:18 Scarlet, Drill, 3 Sons. Chapter 29:18 Scarlet, Drill, 3 Sons. This place is the Lucid Forest. It's the place where the Nirvana Soul Hall's disciples cultivate, and also one of the 3 stages of the entrance A.S. assessment. I've already helped you to make arrangements for the rest. As long as you clear the Lucid Forest, Soul Controlling Avenue, and Soul Refining Furnace, 3 stages, you'll be able to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yen J. True pointed at a forest ahead, as he explained. Nirvana Soul Hall was the inevitable path that led to the soul race. However, not all soul denizens had the qualifications to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. This Nirvana Soul Hall was akin to a great sect. Wanting to enter it, one must pass a stringent test. This test was no joke. A moment of carelessness, and one would die inside. Of course, the benefits of entering the Nirvana Soul Hall were immense too. The soul race's control over resources was extremely strict. Entering the Nirvana Soul Hall, one would have the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Wanting to enter the core of the soul race, there was only through the Nirvana Soul Hall. Therefore, soul race powerhouses flocked to the Nirvana Soul Hall like ducks. Countless soul Daos were set up in the Lucid Forest. Soul Dao was the lifetime comprehension of a soul denizen, corroborating one's own Dao with tens of thousands of soul Dao, comprehending a great Dao that belonged to yourself. That was the function of the Lucid Forest. However, being situated amidst tens of thousands of soul Daos, it was also extremely easy to lose yourself. To the vast majority of the soul denizens, entering the Lucid Forest would often lead them astray, turning into one of the myriad soul Daos inside. Of course, with danger, there were lucky chances too. Some people comprehended their own great Tao in the Lucid Forest, their strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Hence, many Nirvana Soul Hall disciples similarly comprehended Tao inside. The time limit to pass The stage is 3 days. As long as you walk out of the lucid forest within 3 days, it's considered clearing it, Yen Jade True said. The rest, he did not say much either. He knew Yi Yuan too well, and knew that this lucid forest could not stump him. It was just that. He was somewhat curious just what level Yi Yuan could achieve. Actually, Yen Jade True originally wanted to show off his results. But thinking about it, better forget it, in case he got slapped by Yi Yuan. Back then, when he entered the lucid forest, he only used 20 hours and walked out. This result was sufficient to rank in the top 10 when looking at the entire Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. It was really very impressive. Therefore, he was taken in as a disciple by Soul Emperor Sevenfeather II. What this stage tested was not talent, but Tao heart. Only with a strong Tao heart could one remain lucid. But Yen Jade True knew that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was frighteningly powerful. At this time, there were already many people who took the stage, waiting to enter the lucid forest. Yi Yuan also entered the crowd, along with the flow. Get lost! Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and a path automatically opened up. A young man stepped forward with his hands behind his back, looking like he considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. The others seemed to be very fearful of him. Yi Yuan heard people starting to discuss beside him. Who are these 3 people? Why are they so arrogant? You never heard of the Crimson Drill 3 Sons. I didn't expect that they would also come to take part in the test with us this time. Chines, H.I. plus Tian, Zhou Yu, He-chun, these 3 all returned from the Scarlet Drill battlefield. I heard that the 3 of them rendered ill. U.S. Trius achievements in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and were taken in as honorary disciples by the 3 hall masters. It's just waiting for after the A.S. assessment, this time before they are accepted under their tutelage. The 3 of them have corrupt energy that billows to the sky. I don't even dare get close. Too strong. The top 3 this time will definitely be the 3 of them. No wonder they are so haughty. They really have the capital to be arrogant. Everyone sent the 3 people off with their eyes, walking through the crowd. Places that they said by all gave a wide berth. It was not that they wanted to retreat, but that they had no choice but to retreat. Compared to the others, these 3 people were simply head and shoulders above them. These 3 genuinely killed their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corrupt energy on their bodies billowed to the sky, their soul bodies incomparably solid. Those who were slightly weaker, just this corrupt energy could turn them to ashes. Soul race powerhouses were not as weak as the human race's origin divinity, especially those like Chines, H.I. plus Tian 3 people. Their soul bodies were already condensed to the extreme. Wanting to kill them was even harder than the blood race. The 3 people took big steps, as if there were an body around. Humph, a bunch of trash, also wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, truly ignorant. Chines, H.I. plus Tian looked at everyone who retreated, a look of displeasure on his face. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Dreams are a must." However, taking the A.S. assessment in the same batch as us, they will doubt life, right? He Chen's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, sweeping a glance, "There's no one who can fight." These trash actually came to take part in the test too. Zhou Yu said, "Ho, our goal isn't just to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. We're not from the same world as them to begin with." Chin S. H.I. plus Tian snorted coldly and said, "Taking the test together with these trash really spoils my appetite." The 3 people did not have the intention of covering it up at all. Everyone could hear the words that were said. When everyone heard, their faces turned completely red. Those who dared to come and challenge the Nirvana Soul Hall's test were not rookies. At least, they had some confidence in themselves. But just as Shoyu said, they were somewhat doubting life. The Scarlet Drill 3 sons were too strong. As the 3 people walked, they arrived at Yi Yuan there very soon. The others backed away, one after another. A middle true sovereign heaven, next to Yi Yuan, tugged at him and whispered, "Still not backing away? You're courting death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This lucid forest tests the Tao heart. If you retreat, is there still a need to enter the lucid forest?" That person was taken aback. Thinking about it, that was true. But right at this time, a surging corrupt energy hit him head on. His expression changed wildly, only feeling like his soul body was almost collapsing. He hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his figure. This way, Yi Yuan appeared especially conspicuous. The others immediately started discussing in whispers, keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament. Retreat, and you won't be able to clear the lucid forest? What a joke! How is this keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament? This is throwing away his life. The Scarlet Drill 3 sons together can directly make his soul body collapse. There are really those who aren't afraid of death these days. Chines, H, I, plus Tian, 3 people naturally saw Yi Yuan too. Chines, H, I, plus Tian's brows furrowed slightly, very displeased in his heart. A place that they were pa-s. Sing through, there was actually someone who dared to not give way. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said earlier was not deliberately hidden. Everyone heard it, including the 3 of them. Humph! Ignorant thing! Without strength, and you still dare to utter wild ravings, really courting death. Chin S, H, I, plus Tian gave a cold snort, the corrupt energy on his body suddenly skyrocketing several-fold. Zhou Yu also laughed lightly. Following that, his corrupt energy also skyrocketed. He Chen sneered coldly, similarly skyrocketing. The 3 people's corrupt energy billowed straight to the clouds, enveloping everyone inside all at once. They did not deliberately target the others, but the expressions of the rest changed wildly, retreating again, one after another. An extremely large empty lot formed around the trio. Apart from the 3 of them, there was only Yi Yuan left in that empty lot. Yi Yuan was in the center of the 3 people's corrupt energy. Previously, they did not intentionally release corrupt energy. But now they had the intention of taking Yi Yuan down a notch, forcing Yi Yuan to fall back. Retreat. When Chines, H, I, plus Tian walked by Yi Yuan, he bellowed. However, what Yi Yuan returned to him was just a slight smile. Unmoving as a pine tree. Chapter 29:19. Entering the forest. Chapter 29:19. Entering the forest awkward. Huge awkwardness. How resounding was that one word, retreat. However, Yi Yuan did not even take half a step. Apart from awkwardness at the entrance of the lucid forest, it was still awkwardness. Originally, they thought that Yi Yuan, who was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, would have to suffer serious injuries under this corrupt energy even if his soul did not dissipate, who knew that he did not feel anything out of sorts at all. No way, right? That kid is clearly just middle true sovereign heaven, and he can actually resist Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's corrupt energy? I heard that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's corrupt energy can even suppress the blood race's blood energy. It actually can't suppress that kid. It's really Imbara. As sing now, you look at Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's face. It turned green. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's awe-inspiring reputation was ill. U.S. Try us in the entire Scarlet Drill battlefield and even Ninglan territory. But who could have thought that he actually suffered a loss in front of an unknown punk? Zhou Yu was clearly a little more shrewd than the other two. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that in the temple entrance AS assessment this time I'd actually be, you MP, into an interesting little fellow. What's your name?" Yi Yuan shook his head slightly with a faint smile, but turned around and left. The trio who remained had dumbfounded faces. This guy actually ignored them. There was actually someone who dared to ignore the Scarlet Drill 3 sons here. This time, even Zhou Yu lost composure. "Punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. "Want a posture? Do it after Pa S. Sing the test. You haven't even entered the lucid forest, and you're flaunting your prowess here, making a spectacle of yourselves," Yi Yuan said coolly without even turning his head back. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Domineering enough. Far away, when Yen Jade True saw this scene, he could not help smiling broadly. Sure enough, it was very Yi Yuan-like. Although these three people were very strong compared to Yi Yuan, they were still far off. The corrupt energy on the Scarlet Drill 3 sons' bodies was extremely heavy. Their soul body was extremely solid. They were indeed not easy to deal with. But the path that Yi Yuan took was drastically different from theirs. The Scarlet Drill 3 sons experienced the battlefield for a long time, tempering their soul bodies like how humans train their physical bodies. But the path that Yi Yuan took was a great Tao that led to heaven. Fighting with Yi Yuan, he felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was akin to a vast expanse of fog, seemingly unreachable. Although the corrupt energy was heavy, it was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Unless this corrupt energy reached the Emperor realm, it had no way of affecting Yi Yuan at all. Ho-hoo! Looks like someone is going to challenge us this time. Interesting. Very interesting. Chin S. H.I. plus Tian laughed coldly without ceasing, but his eyes were already somber to the extreme. These three people were all ruthless and cruel, having killed countless people. The humans and bloodkins that died in their hands were beyond count. Originally, they thought that this time it would be a combat, one tie-in between the three of them, who knew that there was actually someone who dared to provoke them. But Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that great? Originally, I thought that it would be boring this time. Wrecking a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth while we're at it is pretty good too. It's just I don't know whether or not he can get out of the lucid forest." People familiar with him all knew that Zhou Yu already had killing intent aroused. Right at this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the lucid forest. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. All right, everyone is already here. Enter the lucid forest, with 3 days as the time limit. After 3 days, those who can't come out will naturally be transported out. However, if you can't even last 3 days, then you can't blame anyone. Now, you all can still choose to withdraw, the Emperor Realm Powerhouse said loudly. And, oh, body moved. Those who came here naturally already knew the danger of the lucid forest. The Emperor Realm Powerhouse smiled slightly and said, "Since body backed out, enter the forest." Under his word of command, thousands of soul race geniuses entered the lucid forest in succession. There was a light screen before the forest. The light dots on the light screen represented everyone's positions. Whoever's light that disappeared, it represented that their will had already been wiped away, turning into a part of the lucid forest. Each time they entered the forest, there would be hundreds of people who fell in the end. Not long after everyone entered the lucid forest, several figures landed. That Emperor Realm Powerhouse's pupils constricted slightly, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Paying respects to 3 hall masters." paying respects to elders. Amen. You carry on hosting the lucid forest. Don't need to care about us. Yes. It turned out that it was actually the hall master and 2 vice hall masters arriving in person. A slight chill ran down the backs of the forest guardian. Looks like the 3 hall masters value these 3 honorary disciples very highly. Hall Master Great Emperor East Sun, Vice Hall Master Great Emperor West Dawn, Great Emperor Wood Release. These 3 people were all Emperor Sakra, Heaven Realm Mighty experts. To be able to receive attention from the 3 of them, the weight of the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns could be seen. Apart from them, Yen Jatru's master, Soul Emperor Sevenfeather, also arrived. Master, Yen Jatru said with a bow. When Sevenfeather saw Yen Jatru, he was also slightly surprised and said, "You're here too?" Yen Jatru said, "Yes, this disciple made a good friend when I went out this time. He wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall too, so I arranged for him to join the temple entrance assessment." Sevenfeather nodded slightly. This kind of thing was very common and not a big deal. But Yen Jatru was incredibly disappointed in his heart. He placed hopes on that his master could see through what was wrong in his soul body. But sadly, nope. It seemed like Yi Yuan's method was extremely brilliant. Even an Emperor Vast Heaven, Realm Mighty expert, was completely clueless. "Who's your good friend?" Sevenfeather asked. That last one is called Yi Yuan." There was everyone's name on the light screen. Sevenfeather could not help laughing, as he said, "The periphery's baneful souls are the fewest. He's still wandering around the perimeter until now. Most likely, it will be very hard to survive 3 days, right?" Yen Jatru could not help smiling bitterly. He was perplexed too. With Yi Yuan's Tao heart, he should advance very quickly. But he actually stopped right at the beginning. This showed that he was already beguiled. Concerning the lucid forest, the deeper in, the more wandering souls, and the stronger they were, the beguiling power also grew stronger. Hoo-hoo, Martial Uncle Sevenfeather. This kid was still picking a fight with the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns earlier. I was wondering how strong he was. Who knew that this kid can't even break through the outer perimeter? What a piece of Traz. H. Plus Hoo-hoo, junior apprentice brother Jatru's strength is decent, but his eyesight in making friends is too lousy. That Scarlet Drill 3 Suns are indeed well-deserving of being the 3 Hall Masters' honorary disciples. At this rate of advancement, most likely they will be breaking the record. The one speaking was called Jiang Hao. He was also an elder's disciple. His strength was almost on par with Yen Jatru. Between the 2, they contended with each other overtly and covertly as well. That scene earlier, he was present too, and naturally took it into his sights. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan had some abilities to be able to block the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns' corrupt energy. Who knew that he was so useless? Seeing Yen Jatru get deflated at this time, he naturally could not resist coming out to deal 2 kicks in. When he said this, Sevenfeather's face was also rather awkward. His expression turned dark, looking at Yen Jatru with a dark expression. "What kind of rubbish friend did you make?" Putting aside that his strength was weak, he even offended the Hall Master's honorary disciple. Wasn't this secretly reporting himself? He, an exalted Emperor Vast Heaven, could not afford to lose this face. Looking at the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns again, they were virtually advancing at an equal pace and already rushed 3 miles into the forest. The lucid forest was not big. It was only 10 square miles. But the deeper in, the slower one would get. Chapter 29:20. You cheated. Chapter 29:20. You cheated. Upon entering the lucid forest, countless aura of Daos. I him head on. Yi Yuan swept a glance over, having some enlightenment. Hence, he started to study it carefully. What he cultivated was the soul race's sacred canon. His comprehension of the Tao of Soul was extremely deep. Regarding these so-called Taoists, Yi Yuan understood them with one glance. After studying for a while, Yi Yuan discovered that it was dull. These Taoists were all too superficial. It did not give him much inspiration. Of course, he understood that this was due to divine emergence being too profound. The more he cultivated, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of divine emergence, pointing straight at the origin of Soul Tao. Only at this time did he remember that he seemed to be taking part in an assessment. There was no one around him a long time ago. Hence, he took large strides forward. The surrounding Taoists got more and also increasingly profound, as if it could let people reach out and grasp the Tao. The lucid forest was to let people hold fast to their Tao hearts. The more Taoists you saw, you would waver in your own Tao heart. In this lucid forest, you could not avoid these so-called Taoists at all. It did not need to be looked at using the naked eye at all, but directly came into contact with the soul body. But to Yi Yuan, these could not affect him in the slightest at all. Putting aside how powerful divine emergence was, one could only say that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was not an ordinary kind of strong. He was a man who dared to point at heaven with his sword. Hence, his speed of advancement was incomparably fast. 10 miles was merely a twinkle to a true sovereign heaven. Hence, Yi Yuan came out after several breaths. Outside of the lucid forest, Great Emperor East's son, 3 people were currently discussing their honorary disciples. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian indeed doesn't fall short of this old man's expectations. Among the 3 people, his skill is a level higher in the end. Great Emperor East's son stroked his beard and said with a smile. Great Emperor West Dawn was indifferent as he said, "It seems to be too early for Brother East's son to draw a conclusion now, right? There are huge variables in the lucid forest. Moreover, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian isn't in the lead by much. Zhou Yu has always been reserved. He definitely won't lose in this lucid forest stage." Great Emperor East's son said coolly, "Then just wait and see." Suddenly, Great Emperor Eastson's eyes became wide saucers. Even his words became stutters. It was because a light Serpa S said Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people like lightning, and reached the end point in a few breaths of time. Great Emperor West Dawn smiled and said, "Brother East's son, it's merely a compet. One, tie-in among juniors. Why do you have to be so agitated?" Agitated my asterisk, SS. Are you freaking blind? It seems like this guy did not see the light screen. Drawing a deep breath, Great Emperor East's son said, "Somebody came out." As someone came out, Great Emperor West Dawn wondered whether this guy was joking or not. But right then, there was suddenly a commotion from the crowd. This is also too fast, right? Just now, my attention was fully on Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people. I didn't even see clearly who that was. Me too. This wouldn't be some problem with the light screen, right? Something is definitely wrong with the light screen. This lucid forest record is 6 hours and 15 minutes. Even if someone broke the record, it's also impossible to be so fast, right? They only saw light that flashed past, then it disappeared. As for who it was, everyone really did not see clearly, because everyone's attention was all placed on the Scarlet Drill 3 sons. This was also the biggest highlight of the assessment this time. But very soon, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Shockingly, it was Yi Yuan. The forest guardian was also somewhat absent-minded. His focus just now was also on Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people. By the time he became aware of it, someone had already come out. Yi Yuan looked at the forest guardian and asked, "Senior, am I considered to have said?" The forest guardian had a blank expression, nodding his head, then shaking his head again. He questioned, how can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan countered with a question, "It's merely 10 miles. Isn't it a snap of a finger to us?" The forest guardian was taken aback and immediately said angrily, "Hang on. You were clearly stuck in the beginning, just now. How did you clear it so quickly? You cheated." Everyone's hearts eased up. It turned out that he was cheating. Sure enough, only cheating could be so fast, no? The forest guardian had already been at this lucid forest for many years. The geniuses that he had seen before were beyond countable. But no matter how outstandingly talented, it was also impossible to clear the lucid forest so quickly. Therefore, it could only be cheating. If you cheated, forget it. The main characters this time were the Scarlet Drill Three Sons. You stole their limelight. Wasn't this slapping the faces of the three Great Hall Masters? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. Since Senior said that I cheated, then this junior will go again. Senior can enter the forest to inspect. If there's any problem, Senior can strike me dead on the spot. How about that? The forest guardian's old face turned red. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He could not keep up. Although he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he also could not be unmoving as a pine tree in this lucid forest. "I'll go." At this time, Great Emperor East's son spoke up. He also did not believe that Yi Yuan could pass through the lucid forest in such a short time. This sort of thing had never happened before. It was too bizarre. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Great Emperor East's son and entered the forest again. Great Emperor Eastson's figure moved and entered the lucid forest too. Upon entering the forest, Great Emperor Eastson's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan's figure sped towards the distances, like lightning. The countless soul Daos around him could not affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. Great Emperor Eastson also stepped forward, incredibly shocked in his heart. These low-level soul Daos were naturally unable to affect him too much, but there was ultimately some influence. He unleashed all of his ability and could only eat dust behind Yi Yuan in the end. In merely several breaths of time from start to finish, the two people came out of the lucid forest very quickly. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Great Emperor Eastson's ruling. Great Emperor Eastson's heart was in shock currently. What a powerful Tao heart. He shook his head slightly at West Dawn two people and said, "This boy didn't cheat." "Whose?" Plus outside the lucid forest, it completely burst into an uproar. How is this possible? It's merely 5 breaths of time, from start to end. How does this result expect people to live? No wonder he turned his nose up at the Scarlet Drill Three Sons. This is simply a one-sided beating. This result was too explosive. Explosive until everyone did not dare believe it. Jiang Hao's expression was like he had eaten a fly. Sure enough, Yan Jietra's mocking voice entered his ears very quickly. "Hoo-hoo, what Brother Jiang Hao said is right. My eyesight is indeed extremely poor, but I failed to discern that Brother Yi was actually so impressive. However, Brother Jiang Hao's eyesight seems to be worse than mine. Yi Yuan's result can brutalize the Scarlet Drill Three Sons already, right? More than brutalize, it was simply a catastrophic mangling. Entering the lucid forest, the shorter the time, the more difficult it was. After so many years, everyone kept refres. Plussing the record continuously. It was incredibly difficult to improve it again by a few breaths. But now, the record was no longer important. It was because it was impossible for anyone to be able to beat Yi Yuan's record. Chapter 29-21. You've already worked very hard. Chapter 29-21. You've already worked very hard. The A.S. assessment was still ongoing. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people were still advancing at high speed. Of course, this high speed was in the past. Everyone looked at the moving light dots on the light screen as if seeing their hard work in the lucid forest. Looking at Yi Yuan again, their hard work seemed so laughable. Everyone was imagining Chin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people's expressions after coming out. Finally, 6 hours' time was up. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian's light that vanished. Ha ha ha. 6 hours. I broke the lucid forest's record. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian, am Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's #1. The moment his figure appeared, he let out a burst of loud laughter. He felt invigorated to the extreme in his heart, overpowering Zhou Yu and He Chun. He even broke the lucid forest's strongest record. He was already fantasizing how his master would praise him. Strongest in history. How glorious was this? Before this, the lucid forest's strongest record was 6 hours and 15 minutes. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian forcibly moved this record up by 15 minutes. This was already a huge improvement. This achievement was absolutely enough to ignite the entire Nirvana Soul Hall if there wasn't Yi Yuan's existence. Very soon, Zhou Yu and He Chun came out of the forest successively, the expressions on their faces rather complicated. The 2 of them similarly broke the record. It was just that they lost to Chin S. H. I. plus Tian. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian laughed loudly and said, "The 2 of you don't make this kind of expression. Losing to me isn't some disgraceful thing. After all, you guys broke senior apprentice brother Zhu Yuan's record too." Zhou Yu had an unkind expression as he said, "What are you being smug for? You were merely lucky. If not for encountering several troublesome daos on the way, I might not have lost to you." Chin S. H. I. plus Tian said smugly, "Losing is losing. Why are you finding excuses? The lucid forest is fair to everybody. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a test too. Why? Can't afford to bear a loss." Zhou Yu snorted coldly and said, "What can't afford to bear a loss? Sooner or later, you'll be my defeated foe." "Oh, right, where's that arrogant kid?" He Chun, who had not said a word, suddenly said. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "That kid is probably eating dust behind us, right? Ha ha ha. But that punk has some capability. It shouldn't be hard to pass the test." The 3 people chattered like N.O. Body was around, walking in front of the forest guardian. The 3 of them were immersed in the joy of breaking the record and did not feel the strange atmosphere at all. Of course, they also did not see the Yi Yuan in the crowd. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian gave Great Emperor East Sun a bow from afar and said excitedly, "Master!" This disciple thankfully didn't fail the mission, winning the top spot and breaking senior apprentice brother Zhu Yuan's record. At long last, I didn't let down Master's expectations. Great Emperor Easton's expression was strange, and he said with a nod, "Amen, you've already worked very hard." Chin S. H. I. plus Tian was stupefied. W worked very hard. What was the meaning of this? At this time, shouldn't Master be lauding him with praises? Why did it seem like he was consoling him? This script was not right. "Master," Chin S. H. I. plus Tian suddenly lifted his head, and at this time he finally noticed the Yi Yuan who was beside Yin Jade True, and his entire person was immediately petrified. When did this guy come out? Clearly, no one came out from just now, until now. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian's head was somewhat disoriented, unable to wrap itself around things for some time. Great Emperor East's son heaved a slight sigh and said, "S-H-I plus Tian, your performance is already very good. It's just that sadly, you didn't break the record, because before you, Yi Yuan has already broken the record." Qin S-H-I plus Tian, three people were akin to being struck by lightning at the same time, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. This guy was actually faster than the three of them. How was this possible? He forcibly increased senior apprentice brother Jiu Yuan's record by 15 minutes. Could it be that this guy actually cleared within 6 hours? This is impossible. How can this punk possibly Serpa? S 6 hours? Qin S-H-I plus Tian blurted out. Great Emperor East's son seriously could not bear to demoralize this honorary disciple, but the reality was this cruel. 6 hours? Ho-ho, 6 hours is enough for Yi Yuan to go back and forth several thousand times in the lucid forest. The one who spoke was Seven Feather. Just now, Yi Yuan already rejected Great Emperor East's invitation. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had the intention of entering his tutelage. After all, he was brought by Yen Jade True. Previously, he was still blaming Yen Jade True for being a busybody and Imbara, as sing him. But now, no matter how he looked at Yen Jade True, he found him pleasing to the eye, having accepted such a heaven-defying disciple. Even the master felt honored too, several thousand times. "Your bull, this is absolutely impossible." When the word bullsh *T reached the tip of his tongue, Qin S-H-I plus Tian forcibly swallowed it back. Soul Emperor Seven Feather was not someone that he could offend. Sure enough, Seven Feather's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "With Hall Master here, could it be that this seat will still crack jokes with you? A junior?" After Yi Yuan entered the lucid forest, he only used 5 breaths of time before clearing it. F5 breaths. Qin S-H-I plus Tian, 3 people spoke in one voice, almost biting their tongues off. Qin S-H-I plus Tian used a probing gaze to look at Great Emperor East's son. The latter nodded his head helplessly and said, "That's right, it's 5 breaths. This seat already examined it. It's not fake." Boom. Qin S-H-I plus Tian felt like his soul body was about to explode. This was too demoralizing. The 3 of them killed countless enemies on the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already cultivated their Dao hearts like it was Vajra. 6 hours was absolutely a result that was worthy of being proud of. But someone actually only used 5 breaths? Qin S-H-I plus Tian felt that everyone was cracking a joke with him. There were naturally not just Qin S-H-I plus Tian 3 geniuses partic. 1 P aiding in the AS assessment. In reality, this batch of soul race geniuses were really quite a few. Very soon, someone came out in succession. It was just that after they came out, without exception, they were all deeply shocked by the result of 5 breaths. Originally, they were somewhat patting themselves on their backs for having obtained a decent result, but at this time, they had already begun to doubt life. 3 days later, the lucid forest AS assessment ended. In the end, there were 372 people who said the lucid forest, and there were more than 200 people who died in the lucid forest. The people who said the test arrived at the 2nd stage, Soul Controlling Avenue. Originally, Great Emperor East's son, and the rest of the powerhouses came over just to conveniently take a casual look. After all, this level of test was not really considered a big deal to them. But now, because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, all of the Emperor Realm powerhouses arrived at the Soul Controlling Avenue. Soul Controlling Avenue. It was established between 2 mountain peaks and was a transparent Sageway. The so-called soul-controlling avenue was actually a test of the examinee's defensive ability. To the soul race, defensive strength was an extremely important ability. After the physical bodies of other races were destroyed, their soul bodies could exist independently. But the soul race, once they were exterminated, that was a true death. Therefore, to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, one's defensive strength must pass. And this was precisely the forte of Chin-S, H.I. plus Tian, and the others. They slaughtered wildly in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already tempered their soul bodies like steel. After these few days of digestion, the three people had already come around to it. After all, they were powerhouses who had experienced countless life and deaths. Chin-S, H.I. plus Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Punk, Pa-S, sing the lucid forest is no big deal. The soul-controlling avenue is the true test of strength. This time, I'm going to let you know what's called a true powerhouse." Chapter 29-22, Tempering Soul Body. Chapter 29-22, Tempering Soul Body. It's still that sentence. Want a posture, do it after Pa-S, sing. Talking until flowers cascaded from the skies here. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Sing if you get face-slapped in a while. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said nonchalantly. Chin-S, H.I. plus Tian's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then we'll see who gets face-slapped after getting out of the soul-controlling avenue." An Emperor Realm powerhouse appeared in front of everyone and said loudly, "Soul-controlling avenue has a total of 10 segments. Pa-S, sing 2 segments will be considered Pa-S. Sing the test. This soul-controlling avenue has the effect of tempering the soul body. It's greatly beneficial to you guys. But this seat urges you all to act within your capability, or else you'll die. At present, the best result of the temper entrance, A.S. assessment is peak 5th segment." Chin-S, H.I. plus Tian trio secretly resolved themselves. This time, they were definitely going to sweep Yi Yuan's face away. Since the Scarlet Drill battlefield, the three people's present accomplishments were not accomplished overnight. Their soul bodies were extremely solid. Great Emperor's son had once said before, with the STU, our Denis of Chin-S, H.I. plus Tian's soul body. He could at least reach the 6th segment too. This was also to say that there was virtually no suspense in him breaking the shackle of the 5th segment. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could still contend with him in this round. Under his word of command, over 300 people entered with a whoosh. Upon entering the soul-controlling avenue, the divine soul attacks that blotted out the skies and covered the earth came over to greet them. Many soul race powerhouses unleashed various methods to resist these divine soul attacks. However, many soul race powerhouses started crying bitterness without ceasing. The first segment is already so freakish. This is killing people. Just what kind of freaks entered the Nirvana Soul Hall? Ouch, I can't anymore. I'm going to withdraw. Coming out from the first round, these 300 over people were naturally all elites, but very soon someone could not hold on anymore. The endless divine soul attacks were like a violent storm, raiding these soul race powerhouses. Each second, they practically had to answer more than 10 divine soul attacks. It was simply seamless until not even wind could penetrate. The soul-controlling avenue was similarly 10 miles long. Each mile was a segment, but now, before talking 1,000 feet out, someone had already collapsed. Of course, if there were weaklings, there were powerhouses too. Chin-S, H.I. plus Tian, 3 people did not have any reaction to this violent storm-like attack at all. In fact, they did not even use defensive mystic arts. The first segment was too effortless for them. The 3 people virtually rushed to the second segment's checkpoint while keeping abreast of one another at the fastest speed. The checkpoint in front of them was not difficult. They had to conserve soul strength to resist the checkpoints at the back. At this time, the three people turned around to look without prior agreement and discovered that many people had already caught up. But they did not see Yi Yuan's figure and could not help letting out a sigh of relief. This fellow indeed could not make it anymore. During this round, it is our turn to perform. Ha! That punk seemed impressive, but it's also nothing more than this. In this round, what it relies on is the soul body. The three of us definitely won't lose to anyone. Chines, H.I. plus Tian said with a cold smile. After getting out, we have to teach that punk a lesson. Zhou Yu's expression also became dark. That's of course. Your father roamed the battlefield unobstructed and haven't lost so much face before. This time, I'll see how that punk can be arrogant. Chin S. H.I. plus Tian said with a cold snort. Remembering the first round, it was really an utter loss of face. Not only did he lose face, he even implicated Great Emperor Yi's son in losing face too. Finished saying, the three people entered the second segment without even turning their heads back. In the second segment, not only did the number of divine soul attacks increase manifold, the power also multiplied. To everyone, it was an enormous test. Chines, H.I. plus Tian, three people did not dare to be careless either, displaying defensive mystic arts one after another and continued advancing. Outside of the soul-controlling avenue, Great Emperor Yi's son, and the rest nodded with slight smiles, clearly quite pleased with the performance of Chines. H.I. plus Tian, three people. Hoo-hoo! Arriving at the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan has indeed revealed his true colors. This seat sees that each step he takes is very taxing. Great Emperor West Dawn said with a laugh. Great Emperor East Sun also smiled and said, in terms of soul body, most likely among true sovereign heavens, someone stronger than the three of them really can't be found. The Scarlet Drill battlefield is akin to a meat grinder. The three of them fought with real swords and spears, killing their way out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their soul bodies have already reached the limit of true sovereign heaven. Great Emperor Woodrelease said, Tao heart is heaven-defying, but it has to be matched with corresponding strength too. Otherwise, it will be akin to a rootless weed, too weak to stand up to anything. If let Yi Yuan fights with the three of them, he'll probably not be able to last one exchange with them. All the powerhouses nodded one after another, clearly quite agreeing with it. Seven Feathers' face was a little ugly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so useless. In the second round, he actually ended up last. Most likely, he would not even be able to pull through the first segment. This time, even Yen Jie Tru was puzzled too. He knew that in terms of soul body, Yi Yuan was indeed not considered strong. Yi Yuan's powerful aspect was his miraculous soul path mystic arts. Could it be that he was really going to be disappointed this time? Very soon, many powerhouses said through the first segment one after another. The people left behind in the first segment became fewer and fewer. Some were seriously injured by soul path attacks and were already unable to continue the assessment and could only withdraw. But Yi Yuan was still several thousand feet away from the checkpoint of the first segment. And at this time, Chines, H.I. plus Tian, three people had already said through the second segment and entered the third segment. The speed made people tongue-tied. Great Emperor Yi's son smiled and said, this Yi Yuan's Tao heart is powerful, making him rather stubborn. He could actually hold out until now. Great Emperor West Dawn chuckled and said, no matter how stubborn he is, it's no use too. Even if he can the first segment, the second segment's number and power are all multiplied. It's simply impossible for him to through. In fact, he might directly turn to ashes after entering the second segment. In my view, he's courting death here. Great Emperor East's son did not care about Yi Yuan any longer, but looked toward Qin Hi plus Tian and said with a smile, Hi plus Tian, this child still has quite the potential. He has already gradually shaken off the two of them. This seat reckons that there shouldn't be a problem in him entering the sixth segment. It's just I don't know how far he can walk in the sixth segment. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed one after another. They did not think that Great Emperor East's son actually regarded Qin's Hi plus Tian so highly. Forget about the sixth segment. The difficulty of the fifth segment was already L level. When these big shots in front of them were at true sovereign heaven realm, it was impossible to make it to the sixth segment too. Qin's Hi plus Tian was really monstrous. In the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan paused with each step, enduring the divine soul attacks from all directions. With the divine emergence's methods, it was too easy to want to block these divine soul attacks. But he did not. These divine soul attacks actually had the effect of tempering the soul body. Hence, he did not want to waste this opportunity. The first stage was useless to him, so he cleared it very fast. But this stage was different. These divine soul attacks hammered his soul body continuously, making his soul body become powerful. Just as Yen Jie Tru conjectured, his soul body was very ordinary. A human's origin divinity was not of soul races after all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity resided in his sea of consciousness the vast majority of the time. He really wanted to try what kind of level his soul body could attain. Chapter 29-23, Creating a Miracle. Chapter 29-23, Creating a Miracle. Haha, the two of you can't do it. My soul body is about to break through right away and reach 6 rots. Qin's Hi plus Tian's unbridled laughter came from in front. At this time, the 3 of them had already made it to the 4th segment. The disparity also gradually manifested. Qin's Hi plus Tian already shook the other 2 people more than 100 feet behind. Furthermore, it showed signs of being shaken off further and further. Apart from this, Qin's Hi plus Tian's soul body became increasingly erratic, an appearance of going to advance ranks. Soul body was a kind of unique existence. In each realm, the strength of the soul body was divided into 10 rots. This magnitude was different from the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy bodies. If what humans and the true spirit clan pursued were hardness, then what the soul body pursued was tenacity. The greater the tenacity, the harder it was to kill. If a true sovereign heaven soul denizen's soul body could reach 10 rots, even if an emperor cloud heaven came, it would be difficult to kill them too. Of course, to the Nirvana Soul Hall, 10 rots belonged to an existence in legends. And, body could reach the realm of 10 rots at all. At this time, Qin's Hi plus Tian's soul body was about to reach 6 rots. This was already extremely shocking. Finally, Qin's Hi plus Tian took the lead and charged into the soul-controlling avenue's 5th segment. Then, his soul body became even clearer, as if a crystalline sculpture. Great Emperor Eastson's pupils constricted, and he said, broke through 6 rots. Even if it's this seat, I didn't reach the step back then too. Hiss, from the powerhouses, there came a series of cold air being sucked in. 6 rots, that was already the soul body strength in the legends. This guy is too strong. 6 rots, even if he stands there to try to kill him. I can't kill him either. Although there was an upset in the lucid forest, in this round, Qin's Hi plus Tian finally regained face. Yi Yuan was ultimately just taking advantage by trickery in the lucid forest. In terms of strength, he's far worse than Qin S, H, I, plus Tian. Under the soul-controlling avenue, many people were discussing animatedly. At this time, there were already many people who came out. Some had Pa S, said 2 segments, succeeding in the test, but some had already been eliminated. But the strength that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian revealed suppressed all of the questioning voices. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian after 6 rots had the air of a king who returned. Many people looked toward Yi Yuan again. They could not help revealing sympathetic gazes. This guy was still milling around in the first segment, until now. MN? Seems like there's already no way of upgrading. I'll enter the second segment, then. Right at this time, Yi Yuan discovered that the first segment's tempering already had no effect on him, and his soul body already reached peak 2 rots as well. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul attacks in the soul-controlling avenue were very special. Rather than say that it was a test, it was better to say that it was a kind of tempering. Entering the second segment, the number and power of the divine soul attacks immediately doubled. Yi Yuan revolved the divine emergence and started guiding these divine soul attacks, tempering his soul body. Hence, he entered the realm of 3 rots smoothly. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who paid attention to him. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian already caused a great sensation. The people all wanted to see just which step Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could walk until. After entering the 5th segment, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's pressure suddenly increased. They clearly felt that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was straining much more than before, even if he entered the realm of 6 rots. However, he was still advancing with strong determination. He got nearer and nearer to the 6th segment. The people were already holding their breaths, broke through right when Qin S, H, I, plus Tian stepped into the 6th segment. Someone shouted at the top of their voice. This moment was seriously too exciting. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian broke through 2 records in a row. This guy is really monstrous. The ACCU mutilations of the Scarlet Drill battlefield finally erupted at this moment. This guy's future accomplishments are immeasurable. You guys look, that Yi Yuan is still persevering compared to Qin S, H, I, plus Tian. He's just like a clown now. The crowd was boiling over with excitement. At this time, the inconceivable record that Yi Yuan made in the lucid forest, everyone selectively had forgotten about it. After all, having Dao hard in vain without strength, everything was futile. And Qin S, H, I, plus Tian broke the records of the 2 stages in a row. This absolutely set the world on fire. It was because the records of these 2 rounds were not maintained by the same person. Even great Emperor Yi Sun's breathing became irregular too. He had long predicted that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could step into the 6th segment. But all the way until this moment arrived, he was still somewhat uncontrollably agitated. After all, it was too hard to come by. Someone noticed Yi Yuan. He finally made it to the 2nd segment. Furthermore, he did not die yet. His perseverance seemed to have been rewarded, but under Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's light, Yi Yuan's perseverance appeared so laughable. Right at this time, Zhou Yu and Hechen, 2 people, finally could not endure and withdrew. They only reached the peak 5th segment in the end. They were naturally not satisfied with this result. In the A.S. assessment this time, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian completely shook the 2 of them off. However, being able to reach the peak 5th segment, it was also sufficient to show their strength. And Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was still continuing to advance forward. At this time, The entire soul-controlling avenue only had Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, 2 people remaining. At the back, Yi Yuan, who was slowly crawling like a tortoise, appeared especially glaring to the eye. When Zhou Yu saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This punk is really impressive. I even thought that he could make it to the 10th segment this time. After half a day, he's just at the 2nd segment. What a joke." The fury of failure ultimately needed a channel to vent. Clearly, Yi Yuan was very suitable. He-Chen also said disdainfully, "Ignorant thing, this bit of skill, and he also dares to swagger in front of us." Really almost got intimidated by him. However, everyone's attention was still on Qin S, H, I, plus Tian. Entering the 6th segment, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's speed clearly slowed down significantly. Each step that he took seemed to require all the strength in his body. But he did not give up. Just like that, he headed towards the 7th segment step by step. Following his footsteps, he got nearer and nearer to the 7th segment. Everyone's hearts were virtually leaping out of their throats. Too exciting. Could it be that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could still create an even greater miracle and reach the 7th segment? 1,000 feet, 700 feet, 300 feet. He got closer and closer to the 7th segment. The expression on Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's face was hideous until it was virtually contorted. His soul body also suffered immense damage. The 6th segment's divine soul attacks were too terrifying. Hundreds of divine soul attacks, salked at the same time. It was simply like a bombardment. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's soul body was attacked until it virtually distorted. Finally, he gave up when he was still around 200 feet away from the 7th segment. The whole place boiled over with excitement. What a shame, just 200 feet. Almost created history. But reaching the peak 6th segment is already unbelievably impressive. Most likely. And, body can break this record within a few thousand years. Scarlet Drill 3 Sons. With this, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian really left them far behind in the dust. Everyone was marveling in admiration. This result was seriously too monstrous. Different from the lucid forest, what the soul-controlling avenue competed in was bona fide strength. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian challenging this assessment this time shocked the entire Nirvana Soul Hall. Chapter 29-24. I understand. Chapter 29-24. I understand. Good. This seed indeed didn't make an error of judgment. Are the 2 of you convinced this time? Great Emperor Yi's son said good 3 times in a row. His satisfaction with Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could be seen. In the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Great Emperor Yi's son took fancy on Qin S, H, I, plus Tian at a glance and felt very optimistic about him. Otherwise, he also would not have specially come to watch the temper entrance, assessment. A mere true sovereign heaven was not yet worthy of the master of a hall to raise a big rumpus and specially come to watch. Great Emperor West Dawn and Great Emperor Wudrili's faces did not look good. These 3 great hall masters were secretly competing when choosing disciples too. Actually, in the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian 3 people's performances were virtually on par. But now, the gap was pulled apart all of a sudden. Zhou Yu and He-Chen, 2 people, their performance was actually already very good. But compared to Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, the difference was too big. Congratulations, Hall Master, for finding a fine disciple. Great Emperor Sevenfeather came forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Hall Master. Felicitations, Hall Master. Our Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall finally has a 6 rots powerhouse too. Chin S. H. I. plus T on this boy's future is limitless. The other Emperor realms also came forward to give their felicitations one after another. When Great Emperor East Sun heard, he was naturally very happy. Between the soul race's various major Nirvana soul halls, there was naturally compet. 1. Tie-ins with each other 2. The Nirvana Soul Hall needed to send geniuses to the clan. This way, what the geniuses obtain in the future would also be enjoyed by the Nirvana Soul Hall. It was just that Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall rarely had heaven-defying geniuses appear. Now that they had, Great Emperor East Sun was naturally very happy. At this time, Chin S. H. I. plus Tion already exited the soul-controlling avenue too. Arriving before Great Emperor East Sun, he knelt and said, "This disciple admits my mistake and asks for punishment from Master. I was just one step away, or else I'd have been able to step into the 7th segment. But unfortunately, it failed just a step short of success." He was naturally not here to apologize and ask for punishment. He was posturing and telling everyone that he was just a step away from reaching the 7th segment. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion did not know what was called modesty. Sure enough, the moment quite a number of people heard it, they wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, especially Zhou you 2 people. Your peak 6th segment, and you're even apologizing and asking for punishment. Wouldn't we have to end ourselves? Great Emperor East Sun smiled and said, "Get up. You're already very good. Making it to this step, your 6 rots soul body has already reached grand completion. After tempering in the soul refining furnace, you'll be able to step into the realm of 7 rots. In the future, when you enter the clan, it will be when you soar to the heaven in one bound." As he said, Great Emperor East Sun casually waved his hand. A powerful soul force directly fired into Chin S. H. I. plus Tion's soul body. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion's soul body immediately recovered to its peak state. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion felt an upsurge of emotion from what Great Emperor East Sun said just now. Soul Clan, that was the holy land in his heart. That Yi Yuan actually entered the 3rd segment. Right at this time, no idea who said that, shattering this happy atmosphere. Everyone was stupefied and could not help turning their heads to look. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the 3rd segment. This guy actually said the test unknowingly. The moment Chin S. H. I. plus Tion saw, he was amused. This guy said whatever talk again after sing. In the end, after messing around for half a day, he only barely managed to the stage. I really want to see how this punk postures after coming out. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion said smugly. His result could already press Yi Yuan onto the ground and beat him. Looking at how each of Yi Yuan's steps was very difficult, the 3rd segment was already the limit. The humiliation that you gave to your father will definitely make you repay it twofold. At this time, he was already planning how to humiliate Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo, why does Brother Chin need to stoop to the level of a piece of trash? You're the proud son of heaven. Just a clown jumping around. That's all. He's not even fit to carry shoes for Brother Chin. Sure enough, he's a useless trash, struggling so hard to even enter the 3rd segment. Just this bit of ability, and he also dares to be arrogant and overestimating himself. With Chin S. H. I. plus Tion soaring to the sky in one bound, there were naturally many people who came over to lick his boots. In the future, everyone would still be a member of the Nirvana Soul Hall. Getting into good terms with this big shot would have many benefits. Jiang Hao also could not help laughing as he said, "This is the so-called eyesight that you talked about? Good. Indeed good. This kid doesn't have much strength, but his ability to posture is monstrous. Most likely, even Chinese H.I. plus Tian is greatly inferior when compared to him. Yen Jade True had a black face and did not know what he should say. He felt that Yi Yuan should be more than this, but Yi Yuan's performance was clearly so. He had no way of refuting. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. He was currently like a fish in the water. Either way, the soul-controlling avenue had no time limit either. He could make use of these divine soul attacks fully to temper his soul body. Making it through the second stage, Yi Yuan's soul body already reached middle 3 rots. Presently in the third segment, the difficulty soared to another level. The effect of the tempering got even better. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan seemed to be struggling with every step, but he just did not withdraw. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian was very anxious from waiting. He already mustered up a big retort, just waiting for Yi Yuan to come out. But Yi Yuan just did not come out. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to be in a precarious situation under the divine soul attacks. But he just did not dissipate. Just like that, Yi Yuan approached the fourth segment step by step. When he stepped into the fourth segment, everyone seemed to swallow a gulp. How did this kind of weakling enter the fourth segment? If perseverance had a use, then wouldn't we have long been 10th segment? Really seeing ghosts, this guy entered the fourth segment already. The fourth segment was already a very decent result. Looking across those who entered Nirvana Soul Hall, powerhouses who managed to enter the fourth segment belonged among those with superior apartment I-2-2. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually walk until this step 2. This punk can really hold out. Sure enough, the function of Tao Heart is still great. However, it ends here too. The fourth segment's number and power are double that of the third segment's. The power is already extremely terrifying. He'll surely withdraw within 10,000 feet. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian said with certainty. Many people who made it to the fourth segment nodded their heads one after another. Many top geniuses all suffered a cruise. H.I. plusing defeat at the fourth segment. This round was indeed a watershed. Wanting to clear, it was incredibly difficult. Apart from Qin S.H.I. plus Tian 3 people, the best result was also merely peak fourth segment. Very soon, 10,000 feet was reached. Amidst the swaying in the midst of a raging storm, Yi Yuan crossed 10,000 feet. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian's expression was very ugly. Slapped again. However, he was currently lording it over others. Although everyone found it funny, they did not dare to show it. He was the disciple that Hall Master regarded extremely highly. This time, Qin S.H.I. plus Tian became wiser. He stopped talking, but in his heart, he was still sneering endlessly. This way of perseverance, having his divine soul be destroyed by the divine soul attacks in the end, was the only outcome. No idea how long had Pa S. said either Yi Yuan arrived at the threshold of the fifth segment. No idea why. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats again. This guy teetered, and actually Serpa S. said everyone apart from the Scarlet Drill 3 sons in the end. Inconceivable. Suddenly, great Emperor Eason's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "For rots! I understand. This boy is using the divine soul attacks to temper his soul body." Chapter 29-25. Accidentally cleared the stage. Chapter 29-25. Accidentally cleared the stage. Tempering the soul body. Many people could not help crying out in surprise. Tempering the soul body in the soul-controlling avenue. This act was also too crazy. Although the soul-controlling avenue had the effect of tempering the soul body in itself, everyone did not dare to stay for a time. The fighting spirit aroused by the first roll of drums was depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Once it stopped, the violent storm-like divine soul attacks would completely knock you unconscious. Even a powerhouse like Qin Hi plus Tian only dared to stop briefly at the first two segments too. After entering the third segment, it was impossible to stay for a time anymore. But Yi Yuan had been tempering his soul body all the way from the first segment. This was simply too crazy. He wouldn't keep on tempering, right? Then wouldn't he be able to break through all the way to the 10th segment? An examiner could not resist asking. Before entering the soul-controlling avenue, he should only beat 2 rots. Now, he actually broke through 2 rots consecutively. This boy's Tao heart is firm. He indeed has incredible willpower. However, it just about ends here too. Such tempering is very harmful to the soul body. If he doesn't withdraw in the 5th segment, he'll turn to ashes. Great Emperor East Sun shook his head and said, only after hearing this did Qin Hi plus Tian involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Just now, hearing that Yi Yuan was actually tempering the soul body, he broke out in cold sweat too. In that case, could Yi Yuan keep on breaking through and upgrading continuously? It turned out that it was a false alarm. Humph, a guy who curries favor by claptrap. Don't withdraw if you have the capability. Qin Hi plus Tian said disdainfully. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Yi Yuan would turn to ashes. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the 5th segment. The pressure increased again. If it was a normal soul race cultivation method, he would naturally be unable to withstand this kind of damage. But the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme soul cannon with endless wonders. Yi Yuan's soul body looked very contorted, but actually the damage was not that great because his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Of course, this process was extremely painful, but pain was really nothing to Yi Yuan. Clearly, after entering the 5th segment, the soul body was in even greater agony. Yi Yuan's soul body became even more contorted too. However, Yi Yuan was still persisting in moving forward. Qin Hi plus Tian's gaze flickered, secretly encouraging in his heart. That's right. Just like this. Don't pull out. Come on. Come on. Just as he wished, Yi Yuan did not pull out. He kept persevering. Then he reached the 6 segments, checkpoint 2. Everyone held their breathing again. Could it be that Yi Yuan was going to break the record too, becoming the 2nd examinee to break through to the 6th segment today? Yi Yuan did not hesitate, taking a stride over. The pressure increased again. Then, Yi Yuan broke through. 5 rots. Great Emperor Eason's expression somewhat could not be maintained anymore. He predicted just now that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would turn to ashes. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th segment. His soul body broke through to 5 rots too, as if he was slapping his face. Many people cast strange gazes over. Just now, wasn't it you who said that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would die? This kid must have some mystic art that can rapidly recover the soul body. However, no matter how strong the mystic art is, it's impossible for him to tide over the 6th segment too. Great Emperor East Sun said, with certainty, as if he was regaining some face for himself. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Yi Yuan naturally had some reliance to dare to temper his soul like this. Hall Master was a great emperor. His words could still be trusted. In reality, that was indeed the case too. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's mystic art was the supreme sacred canon of the soul race. Then Yi Yuan got closer to Qin Hi plus Tian's record bit by bit. Qin Hi plus Tian's expression also started to become ugly little by little. This was like the tortoise and hare. That tortoise at the back got closer to him little by little. This kind of feeling was like being roasted on a fire. Arduous. Die. Why haven't you died yet? The sixth segment's divine soul attacks are so terrifying. Why hasn't he died yet? Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian shouted crazily in his heart, cursing Yi Yuan to turn to ashes. But very sadly, he did not. Yi Yuan's footsteps were difficult, but STUR Dysprosium 200 feet. Tied. When Yi Yuan took a stride, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. The people came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Yi Yuan already tied with Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian's record. The powerhouse's presence seethed with excitement again. No one expected that a brand new record that virtually no one could surpass. S was broken on the same day. Many people's faces felt fiery hot. Earlier, they lavished Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian with praises crazily, trampling Yi Yuan until he was utterly worthless. But now, Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian's record. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian's expression was almost contorted. Trampled again. At the lucid forest, it was instant kill. At the soul-controlling avenue, it was boiling the frog slowly in warm water. From the fifth segment until now, he was like a frog that was slowly being boiled. Then he was cooked. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. The posturing earlier seemed extremely laughable now. Zhou Yu and Hichin stopped talking too. They used Yi Yuan to give vent earlier. Now, Yi Yuan was feeding them S. H. I. Plus T. This slap was extremely resounding, but the surprise that Yi Yuan created was clearly not enough yet. Then, he stepped into the seventh segment. Hiss, everyone drew a breath of cold air. Seventh segment. To everyone present, including those emperor realms, this was something that was unimaginable. And, oh, Body could do it. Great Emperor Isen's expression became even uglier. He tried to regain some face, but he discovered that his face was beaten more and more swollen. Below the soul-controlling avenue, it was deathly silent. Everyone just looked at Yi Yuan like that, looking at his solo performance. They already did not know what they should say. This test already became Yi Yuan's solo show. Amidst the deathly silence, Yi Yuan was still advancing. Seventh segment, eighth segment, ninth segment. With each segment that he said, everyone's hearts seemed to thud heavily. When Yi Yuan crossed the ninth segment and entered the 10th segment, the air seemed to have solidified. It's the 10th segment already? If say that the first segment is a light drizzle, then the 10th segment is the sky being rent asunder and the earth split open. How can this guy endure it? This guy is simply a freak. At this soul-controlling avenue, he forcibly broke through from 2 rots to peak 8 rots. They already did not know what to use to describe their current mood. Before this, they did their best to lavish praise, lauding Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian's achievement until it was number 1 under the heavens. But now, compared to Yi Yuan, he was nothing. 10th segment was too crazy. This legendary checkpoint was indeed formidable. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, this round was quite strenuous too. But along with his soul body getting stronger and stronger, his comprehensions in the divine emergence's second level also became deeper and deeper. His divine emergence already gradually showed signs of grand completion. He needed an opportunity to break through to the 3rd level. One step, another step. Yi Yuan got nearer and nearer to the peak 10th segment. Everyone's hearts failed to live up to expectations and beat faster and faster. They felt as if their chest were about to explode. Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Clearing the stage. There was actually someone who could clear the stage in the soul-controlling avenue. How long had this not happened when looking across the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven? Finally, Yi Yuan took a step out, blue skies that spanned for 10,000 miles. I accidentally cleared the stage. Yi Yuan looked back at the soul-controlling avenue and said somewhat absent-mindedly, Chapter 29-26, Slight Imperfection in an Otherwise Flawless Thing. Chapter 29-26, Slight Imperfection in an Otherwise Flawless Thing. C cleared the stage. There were no heaven-shocking exclamations. There was only blankness. Until now, they still did not dare to believe it. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall never had anyone who cleared the stage before. Today it was broken. No one thought that the tortoise-like Yi Yuan actually created a myth in the end. Cleared the stage. This is clearing the stage. How did he do it? Still said that it was accidental. Can this guy not be so demoralizing? Just now, I still felt that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was unbelievably impressive. But compared to Yi Yuan, he's not even dregs. Being able to witness a stage clear with my own eyes, I haven't lived my life in vain. All of a sudden, the crowd exploded. Soul-controlling Avenue's stage clear was a legendary grand occasion. Some people were even agitated until they shed tears. Witnessing the birth of a miracle was indeed a kind of honor too. This matter could be boasted for life. The Imbara, S, meant from before no longer existed a long time ago. What was there to be Imbara, S said about? Many examinees already treated Yi Yuan as an idol, prostrating on all fours in idolization. People were like this. When your strength was more or less the same as him, they would be envious and would be jealous. But when you reached a height that was lofty and out of reach, there was no longer such a thing. There was only admiration remaining. Great Emperor East's son took a look at Yi Yuan, then looked at Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, and let out a long sigh. When the latter felt this gaze, he was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. However glorious he was a moment ago, it was how Imbara, as Sing it was now. All of his glory served as a foil to Yi Yuan's glory. To a genius, nothing was more demoralizing than this. West Dawn, if I didn't remember wrongly, in the last 30,000 years, there was only Hegemon Heaven's subduer one person who cleared the stage, right? Great Emperor East Sun suddenly said. Great Emperor West Dawn said rather excitedly, that's right. Wu Yu Nirvana Soul Hall also became one of the 10 great Nirvana Soul Halls based on this. I didn't expect that we produced one too. But Great Emperor East Sun let out a sigh and said, how unfortunate. He's merely 9 rots when he made it through the 10th segment. Compared to Hegemon Heaven's subduer, he's still much worse. West Dawn said, yeah, when Hegemon Heaven's subduer cleared the soul-controlling avenue back then, he achieved the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique with 10 rots. Later, he relied on the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique and roamed the world unhindered, becoming a hegemon. Yi Yuan's ultimately a level worse than him. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Even if it's 9 rots, wanting to step into the hegemon realm is incredibly difficult too. East Sun said rather disappointedly, not entering hegemon, they would at most be about the same as him. Even if they were more formidable than him, they would just be an Emperor Sakra heaven in the end. That was not a big deal. Only by stepping into the hegemon realm would it be considered to have really leaped over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan's performance was extremely breathtaking, Great Emperor East Sun was somewhat waning in interest too. When everyone heard, they could not help being enlightened. It turned out that there was still such a thing. Chinas, H, I plus Tian finally regained a trace of confidence. Isn't there still the third stage? Yi Yuan could do it, so he could also do the same. Who said that I, Qin S, H, I plus Tian could not go against the wind and perform a reversal? On the Scarlet Drill battlefield, he was originally very inconspicuous. How many times he was S, N, A, T, C, head from the jaws of death. How many times was he in adverse stances he did not shrink back. This time, he absolutely would not too. He, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, used his life to fight for today. Thinking up to here, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian suddenly knelt down to East Sun and said, "Master, this third round, this disciple will definitely go against the wind and reverse the situation, regaining all that I've lost." Great Emperor East Sun saw an incomparably strong determination in Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's eyes. This kind of resolve was tempered in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was not beaten down by Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying rise ignited his fighting spirit even more. The corners of Great Emperor East Sun's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Good. Master thinks very highly of you. Perhaps Yi Yuan's appearance is a good thing to you." Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's entire body trembled, immediately understanding Great Emperor East Sun's meaning. These few years, he had become somewhat egotistical. Especially just now, he virtually had one leg into the seventh segment. His life seemed to have reached its peak. But Yi Yuan's appearance gave him a direct blow, knocking him awake. The so-called being toughened and hardened into steel, Great Emperor East Sun knew that someone like Qin S, H, I, plus Tian might have even greater potential than Yi Yuan. After all, they were just true sovereign heaven. Everything was possible. At this time, Yi Yuan floated down. Many people cast wars. H, I, plus Ping gazes over. However, they also knew that there was likely still a battle between Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I, plus Tian. This fight would very likely determine the two people's future. Seeing Great Emperor East Sun's gratified gaze, everyone naturally would not think that he was shooting at random. Hall Master's gaze had always been very sharp. It was naturally not without reason that he picked Qin S, H, I, plus Tian at one glance among the Scarlet Drill three sons. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of deliberately showing off. He cultivated the divine emergence. If he could not even clear the stage, he could find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. There was no comparison between him and Qin S, H, I plus Tian at all, and he had never treated him as an opponent before either. However, Qin S, H, I plus Tian clearly did not feel that way. He already viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong enemy. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Qin S, H, I plus Tian snorted coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, don't you be smug. The victor hasn't been decided between us yet. The third stage, Soul Refining Furnace, is where we'll have our final showdown. This time, I'll completely defeat you, and you'll become the stepping stone on my path to hegemon." Yi Yuan had a baffled look. "I did not even posture when I cleared the stage. What did you run here to posture for? Who was going to determine the victor with you? From start to you, it had always been you performing by yourself, all right? Oh, hegemon? Then very impressive. Buck up." Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could not help choking as if his punch had landed on cotton. If Yi Yuan went T for tat with him, he would have even greater fighting spirit. But what the I was this. Soul Refining Furnace was a chaos heavenly treasure with boundless power. Of course, the Soul Refining Furnace in the Nirvana Soul Hall was just a projection of it. This third stage, Soul Refining Furnace, was for the sole denizen to enter it and receive the tempering of 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires. These 49 kinds of Tao fire, each one was stronger than the last. Only by being able to make it through the test of 7 Tao fires was it considered to have Peerless, said the round. Same as before, this round was a test and also a lucky chance. The tempering of Tao fire was extremely harmful to the soul body, but true gold was not afraid of being refined by fire. Tempering revival amidst Tao fire was the greatest significance of this round. Someone transformed into a bee. You fly in the soul refining furnace, rising from the ashes, reaching the peak. After 2 rounds of assessment, there were only 97 people remaining in this 3rd round. After Peerless, sing the 3rd round, one would be considered a true Nirvana Soul Hall's disciple. But this 3rd round was also the most dangerous. This was because this round could not be backed out of. One must experience 7 Tao fires before the soul refining furnace would open again, and the examinee could then only come out. Either succeed or die trying. This seat reminds you all. The Tao fires in the soul refining furnace aren't average Tao fires. These 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires are all chaos fires. Our soul race expended a huge price before collecting them. Of course, the main bodies of these Tao fires are all in the real soul refining furnace. But even so, you all can't underestimate it either. Now, if you want to withdraw, you can still pull out. Otherwise, once you enter the soul refining furnace, there's only Peerless. Sing the test before you can come out. Great Emperor Yi's son said coolly. Chapter 29-27, Bigger Bet. Chapter 29-27, Bigger Bet. The audience was in an uproar. Many people actually already wanted to back out. It's actually chaos Tao fires. Furthermore, it's even 49 kinds, my G.O.D. Chaos Tao fires burn myriad life. I heard that it can even burn hegemon realms to death. Wouldn't we be courting death by entering it? This round, there's probably only Yi Yuan and Chinese, H.I. plus Tian, these freaks that have hope of Peerless sing, right? It's too difficult to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. The examinee's wails echoed, clearly being intimidated by Chaos Tao Fire 3 words. In reality, this round was indeed the most difficult of the 3 stages. Of the 3 rounds, the Lucid Forest was the easiest instead. Although the soul-controlling avenue was difficult, there would always be someone who could clear the stage every several tens of thousands of years. But in the 3rd round, Soul Refining Furnace, up to this date, there were only a scanty few people who could clear the stage. These handful of people were all presently the soul race's S existences now. Even if compared to hegemon Cloudmount, they were not at all inferior to him in the least bit. When West Dawn saw that many people could not make up their minds, he smiled slightly and said, "There is no harm telling you all. Each time the test starts, this round's death rate is the highest, with close to 70%. This is also to say that, at most, only 30 people out of you guys can survive. With this, many people shrink back. A death rate of 70% was indeed too horrifying. One had to know that those able to make it to the 3rd round were all soul path geniuses. There was actually such a terrifying death rate. I'll withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. Forget it. I give up." West Dawn's words made some of those who were ranked at the back make up their minds in the end. To these people, them entering the soul refining furnace were equivalent to being cannon fodders, being virtually unable to set off any waves. Very soon, more than 10 people backed out. Right at this time, Chinese, H.I. plus Tian suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, why don't we bet bigger? Let's compete in this soul refining furnace. How about it?" Yi Yuan was not surprised. He smiled and said, Oh, I wonder how you want to compete. Chines, H.I. plus Tian said, in the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, the soul refining furnace's highest record is 4x7, 28 kinds of Tao fires. Let's simply bet a little higher and request for Master to take action, sealing the two of our soul refining furnaces shut. Without reaching 5x7, 35 kinds of Tao fires, we're not allowed to come out. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces suddenly changed. This was betting too big. Putting aside that it was 5x7, 35 kinds of Tao fires, just 2x7, 28 kinds of Tao fires was already extremely terrifying too. One had to know that the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace were added one by one. With 28 kinds of chaos Tao fires, what kind of horrifying refinement ability was that? But to consider 35 kinds of Tao fires, this was simply an impossible task. Even great Emperor Yi Sun's pupils constricted slightly too. But very soon, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This was Chines, H.I. plus Tian, forcing himself into a desperate situation, so that he could risk it all. This boy had resolve, had willpower, and had strength. He was an exceptionally talented person from beginning to end. Furthermore, this was psychological warfare too. Once Yi Yuan cowered, it would be hard to win Chines, H.I. plus Tian in this round. But if he accepted it, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. In this round, there was indeed an advantage for strong soul bodies. But once it reached the late stages, dozens of Tao fires superimposed. Whatever soul body would be useless too. Even if it was 10 rots, it was also merely true Sovereign Heaven's 10 rots. That was all. In contrast, this round's test was more comprehensive. Strength, talent, perseverance, courage, all these various aspects were all in this round. Many people looked at Yi Yuan sympathetically. Right now, he was being caught in the horns of a dilemma. Yi Yuan fell silent. Chines, H.I. plus Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "What? Don't dare any more? Does the powerhouse in the soul-controlling avenue juncture not even have this bit of courage? How disappointing." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I was thinking that 35 kinds are too few. How about this? I actually don't have much confidence in 49 kinds of chaos Tao fires too. Let's just set it on 6x7, 42 kinds. I feel that this number is just right. There's some challenge, and it also won't be too easy." Hiss, the sound of cold air being sucked in came from all around. Impressive. Well deserving of being the soul-controlling avenue stage clearing big shot. He was BRIMMING with confidence. With this, Yi Yuan directly counter-checkmated and performed a posture while he was at it. These 42 kinds, just whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't compete. Chines, H.I. plus Tian's face was almost becoming as long as a horse's face. "Brat, you're ruthless enough." Everyone gazes turned toward Chines, H.I. plus Tian simultaneously with a whoosh. The latter was hesitating. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What, don't dare anymore?" The genius who created a miracle in the soul-controlling avenue, just a step away from the 7th segment, doesn't even have this bit of courage? How disappointing. Uffed. When many people heard this, they immediately spurted out. Sarcastic, blatant sarcasm. A stage-clearing powerhouse who created a myth deriding a rookie who was only 7th segment. Nothing was more ironic than this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even retorted Chines, H.I. plus Tian with his original words. The power was more than 10 times that of the original words. Chines, H.I. plus Tian's face could not be preserved anymore. He was not a fool and knew that Yi Yuan was goading him. But at this time, could he shrink back? Chines, H. I plus Tian naturally did not know which step he could walk until. But he wanted to challenge himself and put Yi Yuan down while he was at it. But who knew that Yi Yuan was even more ruthless than him, directly mentioning 42 kinds of Dao fires. One had to know, reaching that kind of degree, each additional Dao fire was like having a mountain pressing on the body. The level of danger rose exponentially. Could he withstand it? Okay, I accept. Chines, I plus Tian was silent for a long time, using a low voice to roar these words out. Great Emperor Yi-Sun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I plus Tian. Chines, I plus Tian raised his head to look at Great Emperor Yi-Sun and said solemnly, Master, I've experienced too many life and death in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. How can I not see through that he's goading me? However, so what? Which powerhouse didn't wander out of the brink of death? How can the likes of them become hegemons? As he spoke, he pointed at the examinees who backed out. Those people were incomparably ashamed and angry Wisconsin I plussing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. When Great Emperor Yi-Sun heard, he was very moved too and said with a nod, This seat understands. Go on. This seat will take action to lock in 6x7, 42 kinds of chaos Dao fires. Chines, I plus Tian cupped his fists and said, Many thanks, Master, for granting my Wisconsin Plus he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, How is it? You didn't expect that I'd agree, right? Do you feel like you lifted a rock to smash your own feet? Yi Yuan smiled and said, It doesn't matter, as long as you're happy. Chines, I plus Tian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was too hateful. He smiled coldly and said, I heard Master say before, each of the chaos Dao fires in the soul refining furnace has power at the limit of true sovereign heaven. After 21 chaos Dao fires are superimposed, even if it's a 10 rots powerhouse a moment of carelessness, and they will fall too. Don't think that you can sleep in peace with 9 rots. Yi Yuan still had a calm appearance as he said with a smile, Is that so? You're just 6 rots. You have to be careful. Chapter 29-28, Grand Awakening H.I plus Tian. Chapter 29-28, Grand Awakening H.I plus Tian. Out of 97 people, there were only 79 people who entered the soul refining furnace in the end. The Nirvana Soul Hall could freely control the number of soul refining furnaces projections. H.I plus Tian arrived before the soul refining furnace that belonged to him and involuntarily took a deep breath. Against 42 kinds of chaos Dao fires. This was really tremendous pressure. Even if he had experienced life and death countless times, facing such enormous pressure, he could not be composed and collected too. He could not resist glancing in Yi Yuan's direction and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sizing the soul refining furnace up with interest. Not the slightest pressure could be seen. Chines, H.I. plus Tian's heart could not help turning cold. Why is this guy so relaxed? Hang on. It was him who was too nervous. Facing 42 kinds of Dao fires, he was unprecedentedly nervous. This was a desperate situation, with virtually no possibility of returning alive. Hence, he was somewhat at a loss on what to do. In the past, whenever he was faced with a desperate situation, he could cope with it calmly. What was going on this time? Chines, H.I. plus Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid breath heavily, his entire person suddenly being unprecedentedly relaxed. Wanting to look down on the enemy strategically, one must attach importance to the enemy in terms of tactics. Chines, H.I. plus Tian did not expect that he actually found himself again in Yi Yuan. Got beaten again. Chines, H.I. plus Tian was proud and also monstrous. It was just that he did not expect that after entering the hall in trance assessment this time, he would be pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan and dragged across it time and again. Panicked. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned and could not help looking toward Qin S. H.I. plus Tian, suddenly discovering that the other party had become somewhat different. Yes, this guy found his original heart again himself. Hence, he smiled slightly and said, "Don't mention it." But Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's expression turned intent, and he said, "However, I won't lose to you in this round." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, rising into the air and landing inside the soul refining furnace. A burning sensation hit him head-on. S.H.I. plus Tian found his original heart again and had a grand awakening. In this battle, he absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. Perhaps my estimation of him is still far, far lower. This seat feels that he might really create a miracle, walking out safely from under the soul refinement of 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Perhaps he's the next hegemon, heaven subduer. Great Emperor Yi's son clearly felt Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's change too. Earlier, he was still worried, but now he was not worried at all anymore. At this time, he was incomparably certain that Yi Yuan was just Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's wedding stone. Because at this time, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was already equipped with all the qualities that a powerhouse needed to have. He had no reason not to rise up. Great Emperor West Dawn also nodded and said, "Originally, I also felt that it was messing around a little, but now I'm very optimistic about Qin S. H.I. plus Tian too." Even the Great Emperor would release, who had been silent all along, also said, "That's right, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian is very likely to soar to the heavens in one bound." 3 great emperors putting the word out at the same time. This was virtually a final verdict. Already, many people started to get excited again. Could it be that they were still going to witness a miracle again today? Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row. In the end, was he still going to be trampled by Qin S. H.I. plus Tian? That would really be a great reversal. No matter what, just wait and see. Great Emperor Yi's son fired out one soul seal after another. Yi Yuan and Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's soul refining furnaces seemed to have one shackle after another added on. Each time one was fired out, everyone's heart tensed up a bit. Finally, he fired out 35 shackles, coupled with the originally locked-in 7 kinds of Tao fires. It was 42 kinds. With this, everyone knew that these 2 people could not get out anymore. Against 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Even thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. Boom! A purple flame lit up at the same time in the 79 soul refining furnaces. The soul refining furnaces were completely filled with purple flames. That berserk fire tongue devoured everyone's bodies at once. Ah! 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 Several miserable cries transmitted over. The examinees in several soul refining furnaces directly turned to ashes. Everyone's expression could not help changing. They knew that chaos Tao fire was strong, but did not expect that it was so strong. Those few people simply disappeared virtually without the strength to resist. Those examinees who withdrew could not help wiping away cold sweat. Luckily, I pulled out. Otherwise, with my strength, I'll definitely be the same as them. This is the legendary Purple Sun, True Fire. The power is indeed terrifying. I heard that this Purple Sun True Fire is an extreme yang and indomitable fire. It can burn all life in heaven and earth. Back then, My soul races hegemon purple sun completely burned a human hegemon to nothingness with this fire. The moment the Tao fire emerged, it caused an uproar. This purple sun true fire had a great reputation. It was the lifeblood Tao fire of the soul race's hegemon purple sun. It had boundless power. Those who withdrew from the test all secretly heaved sighs of relief, one after another. So what if they lost some face? It was better than losing their lives. Arg, delightful. Come on, again. Inside the soul refining furnace, Chin S. H. I. plus Tian cried out in pain as he shouted arrogantly. It was as if he was crazy. Clearly, he was not having a good time in this soul refining furnace, but his performance made everyone extremely surprised, because the others were already exhausting all of their strength just to resist the tempering of the Tao fire. How could they still have the time to shout? Chin S. H. I. plus Tian being like this, it showed that he still had strength left over. On the contrary, there was not much activity over at Yi Yuan there. However, this was just the first Tao fire. There was clearly nothing that could be seen. With Yi Yuan's 9 wrought soul body, it was clearly not difficult to resist 7 kinds of Tao fire. Every 4 hours, a Tao fire would descend. For hours later, the second Tao fire descended. Hence, several other examinees died inside the soul refining furnace. Time slowly trickled by, the 3rd, the 4th, all the way until the 6th. With each Tao fire that descended, there were many examinees who died. When it reached the 6th, there were already more than 40 people who had died. The death rate was not an ordinary kind of high, but right at this time, an accident happened. Ha ha! Finally broke through. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian's loud laughter came out. 7 rots. Experiencing the baptism of 6 kinds of Tao fires, Chin S. H. I. plus Tian finally broke through to 7 rots. Sure enough, it came. Against 6 kinds of Tao fire. The others were all exhausted from dealing with them. But Chin S. H. I. plus Tian could break through his own shackles. Remarkable. Now, Yi Yuan became the one being challenged. He's 9 rots. It's probably not easy for him to want to reach the legendary 10 rots. Next, it will depend on how far Chin S. H. I. plus Tian could go. If he can reach 9 rots too, then he'll really soar to the heavens in one bound. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian's breakthrough made everyone faintly look forward to it. Very soon, the 7th kind of Tao fire descended. A large group died at once. Every 7th kind was a major hurdle. The power of the chaos Tao fire would suddenly soar significantly. The initial 79 people were actually only left with a little over 20 people now. The death rate was even higher than imagined. Ha ha ha. I finally pa-s, said the round. I pa-s, said. Gee, oh, Dee knows how your father pulled through. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and actually had already pa-s, said the round. Your father pa-s, said the round too. F asterisk King H. E. L. L. Your father isn't entering the soul refining furnace ever again. Sniff, sniff, this person actually cried. These few people were all challengers with very eye-catching performances in the first 2 rounds. It could be seen how terrifying this round was. Chapter 29-29, Catching Up from Behind. Chapter 29-29, Catching Up from Behind. It's 8 rots already. Impressive. Impressive. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian is really showing signs of catching up. Great Emperor East Sun, indeed, has eyes like torches. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian really erupted this time. After the 14th kind of Tao fire descended, Chin S. H. I. plus Tian finally broke through to the realm of 8 rots. Hence, the people were ignited once more. Up until now, there was already nothing else to pay attention to in this round. Although Zhou Yu and He Chun were still struggling bitterly, there was already no one paying attention to them. These two people would quit sooner or later. The only thing worth paying attention to was the compet. One, tie-in between Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I plus Tian. The compet. One, tie-in of 6x7, 27 kinds of Dao fires had already said now. Qin S. H. I plus Tian showed signs of catching up rapidly from behind. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan still had no activities until now. The current Qin S. H. I plus Tian seemed to be ACCU, mule-adding momentum, waiting to soar to the sky in one bound. After his grand awakening, he indeed did not let great Emperor Yi Sun down, exhibiting amazing perseverance and potential. One had to know, after 14 kinds of Dao fires, it was like the soul controlling avenues segments, the difficulty coefficient soaring. The soul refining furnace was a glaze color. It was transparent. Everyone could see that inside was already filled with multicolored chaos Dao fires. Under 14 kinds of Dao fires, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In the soul refining furnace, the soul body was constantly enduring endless agony. Even the slightest carelessness, and one would turn to ashes. Even if it was Qin S. H. I plus Tian and Yi Yuan, they were no exceptions either. That kind of pain, look at Zhou Yu and He Chun, two people, and one would know. But Qin S. H. I plus Tian broke through time and again. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited by him. However, everyone understood that following that would be the toughest test. Qin S. H. I plus Tian said before, after 21 kinds of Dao fires, a powerhouse with 10 rots was unable to persist too. This was also to say that 14 kinds to 21 kinds were the two people's limit already. Whoever won or lost, it might be time to showcase their true abilities. When the 16th Dao fire descended, He Chun could not hold on and had to withdraw. When it was the 17th, Zhou Yu could not hold on anymore as well. At this time, there was no one left in the soul refining furnace anymore, except for two people. There were only Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I plus Tian left. Over at Yi Yuan there, it had been very quiet all along, without any activities at all. It looked just like he was eking out a miserable existence. While Qin S. H. I plus T on this side was everyone's focal point. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin S. H. I plus Tian was screaming miserably, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after the 20th Dao fire descended, he broke through again. 9 rots. With this, even great Emperor Yi Sun was not calm anymore too. He was very optimistic about Qin S. H. I plus Tian, but he did not expect that Qin S. H. I plus Tian would give him one pleasant surprise after another. 9 rots. Before entering the hall entrance, A.S. assessment, great Emperor Yi Sun had never even thought about it before. He had long expected that after experiencing 3 rounds of A.S. assessment, there was no problem in Qin S. H. I plus Tian breaking through to 7 rots. But now, he already entered 9 rots. Tied. With this, they are back to the same starting line again. With this, he really caught up from behind. 10 rots. Will the legendary 10 rots appear? There's still half of the Dao fires left at the back. If they can really hold on, 10 rots will definitely appear. After the second round, everyone thought that the third round would become boring. Who knew that Qin S. H. I plus Tian strove harder after knowing humiliation and actually caught up miraculously. Reaching 9 rots, Qin S. H. I plus Tian was tied with Yi Yuan. Ha! This seed indeed didn't misjudge this boy. Already 9 rots. In this seat's view, he will definitely be able to steep into 10 rots. Great Emperor Yi's son already gave up on the reservedness of a great emperor, being pleased with himself, as he said with a loud laugh. West Don and would release 2 great emperors took a look at Zhou Yu and He Chun, and they could not help sighing slightly. In this compat, 1. Tian they had lost until they were badly mauled all over. Who could have thought that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could actually be so heaven-defying, suddenly awakening amidst adversity, soaring to the sky in one bound? The legendary 10 rots. 9 rots to 10 rots was a huge threshold. It was 100 times harder than stepping into the Emperor realm. To someone who was 10 rots, stepping into the Emperor realm was just ordinary. As long as they did not fall, their lowest future achievement would also be an origin-level great emperor. If they really stepped into 10 rots, that would really be leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap, compared to the Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, who was like the noonday sun at this time. The current Yi Yuan seemed much dimmer. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already reached peak 9 rots. He was only a step away from 10 rots, but he encountered a bottleneck. Actually, this was also within reason. What Yi Yuan cultivated was the powerful soul race's sacred canon, the divine emergence. Furthermore, he broke through too smoothly and too quickly from 2nd rots to 9 rots. Therefore, the difficulty of stepping into 10 rots was naturally 100 times, even 1,000 times compared to the others. One chaos Dao fire after another descended, and the pain and pressure that Yi Yuan endured were also increasing several times over. The pain of Dao fire refining the soul overwhelmed him to the extent where he wished that he was dead. When the 21st kind of Dao fire descended, he could not resist giving a fled groan. Reached his limit, just as great Emperor Yi's son said. The advantage that he had previously already completely did not exist. Following that, it was the match between perseverance and potential. Of course, the pain that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian endured was not the slightest bit worse than Yi Yuan, although he broke through to 9 rots, under the superimposition of 21 kinds of chaos Dao fires. 9 rots did not hold too much advantage. Hence, the 2 people fell into a state of extreme danger. Arg! Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was still howling in pain, appearing extremely imposing. Why do I feel that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian will definitely win this time? I feel so too. Yi Yuan has clearly already exhausted his potential and isn't able to step into the realm of 10 rots anymore. Although Qin S, H, I, plus Tian is miserable, he's full of energy. Furthermore, mustering such vigorous perseverance now, he might very likely break through this shackle. At this time, Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I, plus Tian 2 people's situation had already completely changed. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's great reversal already completely suppressed Yi Yuan. For by 7 fire, activate, 1 Dao fire after another descended one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, it became even more brightly colored. These colors looked great, but were extremely dangerous. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was originally still howling miserably without ceasing. But very soon, he could not howl anymore. His howls also gradually weakened. This also showed that the power of the Dao fires inside the soul refining furnace already reached an extremely terrifying level. However, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian still relied on shocking perseverance and pulled through 4 by 7 fires. This already broke Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's record. Following that, it was 5x7 fires. Once 5x7 fires started, Qin S, H, I plus Tian, and Yi Yuan let out M, U, F fled groans at the same time. The two people's soul bodies actually started dissipating. Their 9 Rot's soul bodies actually started to be refined. Everyone held their breaths, watching these two people's soul bodies become weak little by little. Nihility Dao fire. Nihility Dao fire came. Can the two of them pull through? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. This Nihility Dao fire was the last Dao fire of the 5x7 Dao fires, the 35th kind of Dao fire. Arg! Break for me! Break for me! I, Qin S, H, I plus Tian, absolutely won't die here. The originally feeble to the extreme Qin S, H, I plus Tian suddenly started to roar crazily. Following that, a powerful to the extreme undulation came out of the soul refining furnace. 10 rots. Qin S, H, I plus Tian broke through to 10 rots. Defying the heavens. Defying the heavens. This time, the one who cried out in surprise was Great Emperor East's son. Chapter 2930, Breaking Through the Shackles, Unprecedented and Unrepeatable. Chapter 2930, Breaking Through the Shackles, Unprecedented and Unrepeatable. Qin S, H, I plus Tian breaking through to 10 rots made the entire Nirvana Soul Hall boil over with excitement. This was a glorious moment. 9 rots to 10 rots. Just 1 rot, but the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. 10 rots virtually represented immortality. In the same rank, no matter how exceedingly formidable your methods, you could not kill a 10 rots soul denizen too, even when facing an emperor realm. 10 rots had the power to protect themselves too. Furthermore, once the bottleneck of 10 rots was opened, there would be no bottlenecks from now on. This was also to say that after breaking through to Emperor Realm, although the soul body was unable to reach 10 rots, one could cultivate all the way to 10 rots. Apart from this, when 10 rots advanced, the soul body would have a huge improvement. The lousiest would also start with 6 rots. This way, it saved countless cultivation time. All in all, the benefits were too numerous to enumerate. 10 rots. It's really 10 rots. I didn't expect that I actually witnessed the birth of 10 rots with my own eyes. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's sharp edge previously, it was all serving as a foil to a new genius. He's ultimately just a stepping stone. After today, Qin S, H, I plus Tian, this name will shake the entire soul race. Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I plus Tian's compet. 1. Tine already spread from mouth to mouth. Those who were idle in the Nirvana Soul Hall practically all came to watch the battle. 10 rots. This was something that had never happened before in the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. Now, 10 rots powerhouse was really born. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was completely ignited from top to bottom. Qin S, H, I plus Tian. This name reverberated throughout Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. The several great emperors were extremely agitated too. 9 rots, they could still maintain composure. But 10 rots, the significance was completely different. 10 rots, if he did not fall, he had very high hopes of stepping into hegemon realm in the future. Once Qin S, H, I plus Tian became a hegemon, then Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall would also attain Dao and ascend to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people, felt unbelievably ashamed of their unworthiness. Before this, they were called the Scarlet Drill 3 Sons together with Qin S, H, I plus Tian. But now, Qin S, H, I plus Tian soared to the heavens in one bound. They could only fade into the crowd. although their performance was pretty good too, in front of Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, they were bleak and dim. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "You guys, look! Yi Yuan can't make it anymore." Everyone got a shock, looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace. They discovered that Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to dissipate, little by little. Soul body collapsing and dissipating. These were the precursors to disintegrating. However, there was already no one who cared too much. No one would care about losers. The winner was that person who wrote history. Yi Yuan's ultimately just a stepping stone. He's currently already useless. Yeah, if not for him, it would have been impossible for Qin S, H, I plus Tian to soar to the heavens in one bound too. It's him who let Qin S, H, I plus Tian have a grand awakening at the final moment. His arrogance was too high. That's why he would bet with Qin S, H, I plus Tian on these 42 kinds of Dao fires. In the end, he played himself to death. If they just bet 35 kinds, he still had hope of surviving. Now, everything has evaporated. What a shame, such a heaven-defying genius. Seeing this scene, many mocking voices came from the crowd, feeling that Yi Yuan courted death himself. Of course, there were people who lamented over Yi Yuan too, but there were more that were just ridiculing him. No one would sympathize with losers. Ha ha, Yi Yuan, thank you. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the realm of 10 rots. It's you who made me Qin S, H, I plus Tian. In the soul refining furnace, Qin S, H, I plus Tian already thoroughly completed the transformation. The originally weak him became incomparably powerful again. In the soul refining furnace, his soul body seemed especially clear. Even if there were 35 kinds of Dao fires covering, it could not hide his light too. 10 Rot's soul body was sufficient to forcefully have a frontal confrontation with the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy body major powers. But very soon, Qin S, H, I plus Tian could not laugh anymore. 10 Rot's soul body was very strong, almost undying and imperishable. But in the end, it was just almost. Hegemons would die, let alone mere true sovereign heavens. Each chaos Dao fire in the soul refining furnace had exceedingly formidable power. Furthermore, the attributes were different. Now, 35 kinds of Dao fires had already built up inside. The power could be imagined. When the 36th Dao fire descended, Qin S, H, I plus Tian screamed miserably, his soul body immediately suffering heavy injuries. At first, he still had strength to yell. But as the number of Dao fires increased again, he lost his breath very quickly. Furthermore, very soon, Qin S, H, I plus Tian's soul body also started to collapse and dissipate. Everyone were virtually suffocating. Could it be that the Qin S, H, I plus Tian, who created a heaven-defying legend, was actually going to die here? Looking over at Yi Yuan there, the dissipation of the soul body became more and more serious. His soul body had already become blurry, being completely surrounded by dozens of Dao fires, virtually unable to see clearly anymore. It's all this D.A.M. and Yi Yuan. He's useless himself, and actually still had to drag Qin S, H, I plus Tian into the water. Could it be that the Qin S, H, I plus Tian, who just created a miracle, was going to die here? You guys, look, Great Emperor Isen's expression is already ugly to the extreme. Most likely, he wishes to pull Yi Yuan out now and kill him again, right? Indeed, Great Emperor Isen's expression was very ugly. He knew that Qin S, H, I plus Tian had already reached the brink of life and death survival. There were still 2 Dao fires remaining, but when the 42nd Dao fire descended, it would be a devastating blow. Could the Qin S, H, I plus Tian under the current state pull through? Great Emperor East Sun hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. If it was just agreed on 35 kinds, Qin S H I plus Tian would be like the noonday sun now, without the slightest danger. But 42 was too many. Boom. When the 42nd Dao fire descended, Qin S H I plus Tian gave a F fled groan, his soul body almost completely collapsing. But he still held on with tremendous willpower. Everyone held their breaths again, staring at him without turning their eyes. Hang in there. Hold on. Great Emperor East Sun gritted his teeth as he said, in the soul refining furnace, Qin S H I plus Tian's soul body was gruesomely contorted, both eyes blood red. At this time, he was already struggling to the extreme. Life and death, it was hanging by a thread. Yi Yuan, I won't perish together with you. I, Qin S H I plus Tian, am destined to step into Hegemon realm. Arga! Qin S H I plus Tian seemed to be crazy, frenziedly squeezing out all of the potentials in his body. Time slowly trickled by. 15 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Swaz. H. Plus a streak of azure light suddenly flew out. Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian's nearly collapsed soul body actually flew out of the soul refining furnace at this moment. The lock was removed. Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian made it through 42 kinds of Chaos Dao fires. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out of Great Emperor East Sun's 2 eyes. A powerful soul force instantly wrapped Qin S. H. I. plus Tian up. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's soul body could be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. I. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian made it through 42 kinds of Dao fires. 42. Not saying that it's unrepeatable, but it should be unprecedented, right? Yi Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? This battle, it's ultimately me, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, who won. Henceforth, I, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, soared to the sky in one bound, soaring in the heavens. And you are just my Qin S. H. I. plus Tian stepping stone. Feeling joy after surviving a calamity, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian let out a long laugh. Everything was settled. Hoo-hoo, not bad. Really good. S. H. I. plus Tian. Master is proud of you. From now on, body can stop your marching footsteps anymore. Great Emperor East Sun looked at Qin S. H. I. plus Tian and said with relief, Chapter 2931, Smoking. Chapter 2931, Smoking. Congratulations, Brother Qin. From now on, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects, the seas wide for fishes to leap about. Zhou Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural, as he said, merely several days ago, he and Qin S. H. I. plus Tian were still almost on par. But a few days later, the two were already the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He Chen's expression was awkward too, stepping forward to congratulate, who knew that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's expression turned dark, a powerful surge of soul force exploding with a loud bang. Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people, gave F. fled groan, and were immediately blasted flying. Dog-like things. Who the H. E. L. I do the 2 of you think you are to be worthy of addressing me as your brother. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian immediately fell out. Being slapped in public, their soul bodies already sustained heavy injuries. Zhou Yu 2 people felt ashamed and resentful, but they did not dare to flare up too. They could only crawl to their feet again, and said with a bow, See congratulations, young emperor. 10 rots had an extremely high status in the soul race. It was equivalent to a great emperor in reserve. Therefore, they were respectfully called Young Emperor. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was surly in nature. In his eyes, only people with strength similar to him were fit to call him as their brother. Previously, these two people had similar strength as him. He naturally did not think otherwise. But now, this brother Qin sounded like sarcasm to him. However, even if Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was arrogant to this extent, no one dared to say anything too. It was just that some people who originally wanted to come forward to congratulate did not dare to come forward anymore. After all, his current strength and status were already completely different. Before long, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian would definitely enter the core of the soul race and go further and further away from them. This was a heavenly figure. Great Emperor Weston's expression was also somewhat unnatural. Coughing dryly twice, he said, "Martial nephew doesn't need to get angry. You're currently already someone above the clouds. Why is there a need to stoop to their level?" Wood-Release was also slightly awkward as he said, Right, toward two kids who don't know any better, Martial nephew doesn't need to be like this. 10 Rot's powerhouse was indeed the honor of Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. But even if it was a great emperor, they did not dare to easily offend 1-2. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian gave Zhou they all a slap each. How was it not slapping the two of their faces? But they had no choice either. From now on, Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall still needed Qin S. H. I. plus Tian to help out. The present Qin S. H. I. plus Tian had truly soared to the heavens in one bound. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian gave a cold snort and said, "If not for looking on the account of two martial uncles' faces, I'd definitely teach them a lesson." Suddenly, he seemed to have remembered something. Looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace, he could not help smiling. He thought that he could use 42 kinds of Tao fires to entrap me to death, but he didn't expect that it would help me to achieve my aim. Right? In the end, he himself died inside. Actually, 35 kinds of Tao fires. Even if he can't break through to 10 rots, there's no problem coming out. Great Emperor Yi's son nodded slightly and deeply felt that way too, as he said, "Although he's much worse when compared to you, he's considered a genius too. It's just a shame. He lost to himself." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian laughed loudly and said, "Someone who is already dead, care about him for what? From now on, it's my Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's era." The current Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was full of high spirits. Who else but me could do it? Those examinees no longer had the qualifications to come forward and congratulate. Nirvana Soul Hall's Emperor Realm powerhouses came forward to give felicitations one after another. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian became everyone's nucleus. Even Great Emperor Yi's son was worse off compared to him too. Great Emperor Yi's son did not mind. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was his disciple. He could not run away. However, his gaze swept in the direction of the soul refining furnace, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. This was because he saw the 34th kind of Tao fire descending. Strange. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan is dead. Shouldn't the soul refining furnace's Tao fires be extinguished? Why is the Tao fire still increasing? By the side, when Weston and the rest heard Great Emperor Yi's words, they were extremely surprised, looking over one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, Yi Yuan's soul body had already completely disappeared. Therefore, everyone thought that he was already dead. But the 34th kind of Tao fire had truly descended. Could it be that he's not dead yet? How is that possible? His soul body has already completely dissipated. He's clearly completely dead already. But how do you explain why the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace haven't gone out yet? There wouldn't be some problem with the soul refining furnace, right? A phenomenon that they could not explain appeared. Even the few great emperors were very perplexed too. Brother East's son, is there something wrong with the soul refining furnace? Why don't you cast a spell to interrupt the soul refining furnace? Let the Tao fires extinguish, Great Emperor West Dawn said. As the hall master, he naturally had the authority to control these soul refining furnace projections. When East's son heard that, he nodded his head and fired out one soul seal after another. However, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Great Emperor East's son gave a fled groan, his entire person falling several steps back in a row. His soul body became much more illusory too. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injuries. The other people's expressions changed one after another. What's wrong, Brother East's son? West Dawn asked. Great Emperor East's son shook his head and said, I don't know. The soul refining furnace has already broken away from my control. It gave me a backlash just now. West Dawn's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, How is this possible? You're the hall master. You have the authority to control the soul refining furnace. Great Emperor East's son smiled bitterly and said, Now it's no longer what I can control. It can only depend on when the soul refining furnace stops by itself. But I hope that nothing bad happens. Everyone started to panic. Now, something that even the hall master could not control had appeared. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's expression was somewhat ugly. This Yi Yuan really left no peace even after he died. I'm a 10 rots powerhouse now. Being Lord Young Emperor is right when one is like the noonday sun. Shouldn't I be enjoying everyone's admiration? But all these were ruined by Yi Yuan. Rumble. Suddenly, the soul refining furnace started trembling intensely, as if it might explode at any time. Everyone's faces changed again, staring at the soul refining furnace with vigilance looks. Unknown things always made people afraid. Very soon, for hours Pa S. said, the 44th kind of Tao fire descended. Hence, the soul refining furnace's trembling became even more intense. The current soul refining furnace was like a machine that would never rest. And, body could stop it. 45th kind, 46th kind, 47th kind, 48th kind, 49th kind. In a twinkle, it was another day when the last Tao fire descended. The entire soul refining furnace seemed to be boiling. The cover on top of the furnace was actually going to be pushed off. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling like the soul refining furnace was about to explode. What's going on here? This Yi Yuan is also formidable, already dead, and he can still cause new problems. This guy wouldn't have triggered some secret mechanism to blow this Nirvana soul hall up, right? I feel that with this power, once it blows up, none of us can run away. Quickly look. The soul refining furnace is emitting smoke. Wafts of hot air are actually emerging from the soul refining furnace. Could it be that Yi Yuan was refined into smoke? At this time, large ties of cloud and mist emerged from the soul refining furnace, looking extremely like water boiling. Great Emperor Eason's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment as he cried out in alarm. That wouldn't be. Chapter 2932, Strongest Soul Physique. Chapter 2932, Strongest Soul Physique. Many people did not understand why Great Emperor East's son would lose composure like this. Even when Qin S. H. I. plus Tian broke through to 10 rots earlier, they did not see him so shocked either. What did this smoking represent? But West Dawn and Wood Release, two great emperors, seemed to have realized something. Their expressions immediately became fascinating. You're saying that that's the enshrouding mist soul physique? This is impossible, right? West Dawn said. Great Emperor East's son drew a deep breath and said, otherwise, how do you explain why the Tao fires are still descending? There's no mistake. It's definitely the enshrouding mist soul physique. Not far away, Chin's H.I. plus Tion's pupils constricted, and he exploded at once, exclaiming, what could Master be talking about? Hegemon imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? E's son nodded and said, otherwise can there still be a second enshrouding mist soul physique? Hang on, didn't a second one appear now? With this, everyone was shocked, and the entire place burst out into an uproar. One of the three great hegemons, hegemon imperishable, what Yi Yuan awakened, is the same soul physique as him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan might very likely corroborate his Tao as a supreme in the future? Enshrouding mist soul physique. It's also called imperishable soul physique. The reason why hegemon imperishable got his name is because his soul physique is too strong and can't be killed at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan is the same as him? This is impossible, right? How did it suddenly? Then wouldn't Chin's H.I. plus Tian become a joke? Soul Race's three great hegemons, hegemon imperishable, hegemon samsara, as well as hegemon heavenly soul. Hegemon samsara and hegemon heavenly soul were both chaos hegemons that the Chi Soul clan gave birth to. Meanwhile, hegemon imperishable was the strongest hegemon that the Nirvanic Soul clan gave birth to. This so-called strongest hegemon was not the strongest in the world, but he was the strongest across all the heavens. Hegemon Cloudmount's strength was extremely formidable, but he could not rank in the top 3 in the human race at all. But hegemon imperishable was one of the strongest 3 hegemons in the entire soul race. Now, Yi Yuan awakened the same soul physique as him. Everyone's shock could be imagined. This kind of soul physique was too strong, could not be killed no matter how you tried to kill the person. This kind of soul physique could be rated as freakish. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, if you can't kill the opponent, how would you play? Although both enshrouding mist soul physique and 10 rots were hailed as being unkillable, the level was completely different. 10 rots could be killed. But up to this point, out of the hegemons in all the heavens, no one could kill hegemon imperishable yet. Chin's H.I. plus Tian stared fixedly at that smoking soul refining furnace, his eyes full of unwillingness. How was this possible? 10 rots was not the final form of the soul body. Above 10 rots, with the meeting of karmic fate, the soul race would awaken all kinds of powerful soul physiques that had attributes, such as hegemon heaven subduer from 30,000 years ago. He awakened the powerful tyrant heaven soul physique, also achieving his unmatched and awe-inspiring reputation. But for countless years, there had been many soul physiques that the soul race awakened, but not one could surpass the enshrouding mist soul physique. And ever since hegemon imperishable, no one could awaken the enshrouding mist soul physique anymore. This soul physique was too hard to awaken. Therefore, up until now, the enshrouding mist soul physique was also publicly recognized as the most difficult soul physique to awaken in the soul race. Not one of. However, today, Yi Yuan actually awakened it. The significance was extraordinary. After the shock, Great Emperor Eastson's face was full of an agitated expression. If a genius who awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique appeared in the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, this was absolutely tremendous glory. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. What did a mere 10 rots count for? when compared to the enshrouding, mist soul physique. Seeing great Emperor Isen's expression, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He naturally understood what great Emperor Isun was thinking. An object was valued in proportion to its rarity. If Yi Yuan was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique, that would be the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall's pride. As for him, concerning his 10 Rot soul body, he was no longer important. He could only scoot over to one side. But the important thing now was that, did Yi Yuan really awaken the enshrouding mist soul physique? Master, the enshrouding mist soul physique is the strongest in the world. Countless tens of thousands of years have already said. How can it possibly suddenly appear? In my view, even if Yi Yuan awakened a special soul physique, it's impossible for it to be the enshrouding mist soul physique too. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian said. Great Emperor Yi's son was taken aback, but he reacted to it very quickly too. Yeah, how could the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? The 33 heavens had already existed for G. Oh, D knows how many years. But for so many years, only one enshrouding mist soul physique appeared. The other soul physiques, no matter how long the interval, it had all appeared once before. Only this enshrouding mist soul physique did not. As for the Qi soul clan's soul physiques, that was born from chaos. It was totally different from the Nirvanic soul clan. Great Emperor Isen's brows furrowed, and he said, but his current form is virtually identical with the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian smiled coldly and said, our soul race presently has thousands of soul physiques recorded. After so many years, there have been special soul physiques that appeared nonstop too. Perhaps the soul physique that Yi Yuan awakened is just similar to the enshrouding mist soul physique. Or even if his soul physique really has attributes like the enshrouding mist soul physique, it might be worlds apart compared to the enshrouding mist soul physique. How can he Gemin imperishable emerge so easily? The moment everyone heard, yeah, these countless years, D knows how many soul race Hegemon realm powerhouses had been born, and a large batch had fallen too. But the ones who stood firmly and indomitably at the summit of hegemons were the 3 great hegemons. The Nirvanic soul clan also wanted to give birth to another powerhouse that could rival the 3 great hegemons. However, they did not. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's words splashed down, their heads like a basin of cold water. Great Emperor Isun nodded and said, what S. H. I. plus Tian said is right. However, carry on looking and we'll die. Amidst the discussions, the soul-refining furnace's trembling became fiercer and fierce. The mist also grew thicker and thicker. Finally, 4 hours' time was up. Boom. A loud boom could be heard. The soul-refining furnace exploded with a loud bang, fragmenting into pieces. Dozens of Dao fires scattered everywhere. The thick mist teemed the entire SPAC. Everyone's expression changed wildly. The 3 great emperors' expressions turned intent, taking action at the same time. Extinguish. I. Plussing these Dao fires. The mist started to slowly gather, and actually transformed into Yi Yuan's figure in the end. Hiss, everyone drew a breath of cold air. He really didn't die. Furthermore, this is virtually identical to the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Could it be that after Hegemon imperishable, a second enshrouding mist soul physique is really going to be born? Originally, I thought that Yi Yuan was just a stepping stone. Only now do I know that he's a Skyasc, a pink pillar. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, cries of exclamations sounded out. No one could have thought that a simple test would develop into such an explosive situation in the end. First, it was Chin S, H, I, plus Tian breaking through to 10 rots, and then it was Yi Yuan giving birth to the strongest soul physique. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Chin S, H, I, plus Tian, and he could not help saying with some surprise, I didn't expect that you really broke through the 42 kinds of chaos Dao fires. Looks like your talent is indeed pretty good. Everyone's faces revealed extremely strange looks, looking toward Chin S, H, I, plus Tian one after another. The latter's face already became a horse's face. Why did this sound so sarcastic? I'm called pretty good talent. Then what are you called?